The Israeli Defense Forces, IDF, have continued attacks on targets in Syria even after the downing of the Russian Il-20 military plane on September 17th, Reuters reported on October 29th, citing a senior Israeli official. The IDF have attacked in Syria, including after the downing of the Russian plane. Military coordination with the Russians continues as before, Reuters quoted the senior official who could not be named as saying. No further details were provided. This report gained wide attention in mainstream media outlets, including Israeli ones, which even developed the story further. According to Israeli media, IDF warplanes carried out a strike on an Iranian weapons shipment to Hezbollah after the S-300 air defense system delivery to the Syrian military, which took place on October 1st. Israeli sources went even further, claiming that there were multiple airstrikes which were mysteriously ignored, not only by the IDF official media wing, but also by Israeli and Syrian media outlets and activists. While these reports seem fascinating for supporters of Israeli actions in Syria, the problem is that no evidence exists to confirm such claims. Syrian military and local sources describe the Israeli claims as an example of
fake news
designed to save the face of the IDF. It's interesting to note that the comment of the anonymous source to Reuters came less than 1 hour after the Russian news agency Sputnik had released a short interview with former Israeli Deputy Chief of Staff and ex-head of the National Security Council, Uzi Dayan. The official said that the Israeli Air Force would feel no difference even if Syria employs Russia-supplied S-300 systems, and claimed Israeli warplanes would eliminate the air defense systems, stating these weapons do not have any immunity. This is another sign of the pre-planned PR trick. It's clear that the Israeli military is not going to cease its strikes on targets in the war-torn country, and is likely preparing to continue them fiercely, despite the S-300 delivery to the Syrian air defense forces. However, pro-Israeli media, as well as Israeli political and military officials, probably consider every delay of such actions a major media and diplomatic setback, revealing the decrease of Israeli influence on the conflict. Russian Deputy Envoy to the UN, Vladimir Safronkov, stated during a meeting of the UN Security Council on October 29th that the White Helmets and Hayat Tahrir al-Sham, formerly Jabhat al-Nusra, are still capable of carrying out provocations involving chemical weapons in the Idlib de-escalation zone. He recalled suspicious movements of chemical weapons across the area and stated that Idlib de-escalation agreements have always been a temporary measure and that nobody has dropped the goal of eliminating terrorists from this part of Syria. So if provocations continue, Russia is ready to assist the Syrian military in eliminating the terrorist threat. In the Euphrates Valley, clashes between ISIS and the US-backed Syrian Democratic Forces, SDF, have continued, with reports that some ISIS units have even reached the area near the Iraqi border. In response, the Iraqi Popular Mobilization Units, PMU, announced that they are mobilizing their fighters in order to prevent a possible ISIS advance into Iraqi territory.
Political commentator who joins us from Ontario. Well, this seems like it was a response from the Saudi Arabian Foreign Minister Adel Al-Jubeir to Turkey's request to have these 18 suspects be tried in Turkey. Do you think that this is a signal furthermore for Turkey then to pretty much show everything it has so it can be justified trying to try these people who've been accused of this to be tried in Turkey?
Well, I think they would certainly call for it, but in this situation, I think there's very little doubt in the minds of many people that Saudi Arabia is wholly guilty of the crime that has taken place. I mean, it's pretty obvious that if Saudi Arabia is unwilling to let these people be trialed inside of Turkey, some of them even, some of those individuals reportedly even specialized assassins for the MBS himself. I think that it's very clear that they're protecting the individuals who allegedly committed this crime. I think it's very obvious that they did this on behalf of bin Salman himself. So I think that the displaying of this evidence that, well, yes, I mean, in terms of protocol, it would certainly be necessary to do so. I think it's very clear by now that Saudi Arabia certainly was behind the murder of Khashoggi, and what they're really trying to avoid is any kind of culpability. If you can't trial them, Saudi Arabia can't be held accountable for anything that happened, for compensation to victims, survivors, etc. So I think that it definitely, you could show some more evidence, but I think at this point it's really very clear that Saudi Arabia was behind this and should step up, extraditing individuals to Turkey where they can face a trial.
Very well. Thank you very much for that. Jason Anuhe there, political commentator.
Shalom, shalom. Call halal Yahweh Bashim Abashai by Hashem Rakak Wadash. Double honors unto the apostles and the elders of GMS. Salutations to all my fellow laborers, the Akim that are doing this work in truth and sincerity, risking their lives and their freedom to do so. To the confusion of faith that are joined unto our ranks. To the hopeful elect, the Akwaf that are listening and learning. To you I say shalom. Disclaimer, we are the Hebrew Israelites, the biblical bloodline of the Hebrew Israelites that are written about in the Bible, which is easily proven by the relics, by the history, by the scriptures themselves. We are not associated with any black denominated group or organization. All right, we're quite simply the Hebrew Israelites, was a dark melanated group of people. All right, the chosen people of the Lord, consisting mainly of the Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans, and our confusion of faith scattered brethren among the heathen nations. All right, that in the last days the Lord is going to gather up out of the heathen nations. So this isn't a black thing. This is a Hebrew Israelite thing, and all of them aren't going to look so-called black. All right, although truthfully they started off that way. Okay, but through the scattering around the world for many generations, the look have changed. All right, so this isn't a black thing. All right, with that being said and done, this is live footage from Madison's, from Midtown Manhattan. All right, in Times Square. All right, and the title of this video is called "The Three Classes of Men." As a subscriber, that I believe he was sincere about asking. I guess I mentioned the three classes of men in a video, and he asked me about that, so I'm going to use the scriptures to solidify to back up my statement. I believe it was the elder apostle Gabar, very many years ago, did a lesson on this, and I just remember really keying in and taking notes and learning about it. So I'm going to edify on that, and I'm going to start with the wicked. All right, so the wicked being the first class of men that I'm going to talk about, and the wicked is Esau, Edom. All right, and that race that are walking around on earth today is the so-called white man. All right, Esau, Edom refers to themselves as Caucasian or white this day. As a matter of fact, that terminology white they begin to use first in 1681 in Virginia. It's the first time anywhere in the history of mankind that there was any documentation where it was referred to as a group of people referred to as white. They labeled themselves white, just as they labeled Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans black. There's and also in the 1600s in Virginia, Negroes and Latinos were both Negroes and Native Americans were both considered black. All right, in 1683, you can look it up. All right, and before Esau, Edom changed the bloodline of the so-called natives, many of them were. You really couldn't tell the difference between them, except maybe the hair texture was a little different, but the skin complexions were very much alike. Okay, there are plenty of relics that are still around to prove what I said to be true. So let's begin with the book of Maccabees. No, actually I'm going to start with Job 9 and 24. So let's go to the book of Job. and it reads, the earth is given into the hand of the wicked. He covered the faces of the judges thereof. If not, where and who is he? All right, so the Bible clearly tells you that the earth is given into the hand of the wicked, and then it identifies who the wicked is. All right, and you also have to look at the history of Esau, Edom, and when they came into power. They came into power during the Renaissance, and Renaissance means rebirth. And who was it the rebirth of? It was the rebirth of Esau, Edom. That's who it was the rebirth of. The Edomites came back into power. All right. From that time, from basically from 1492 on up, when Christopher Columbus sailed the seas and came across the waters, and they began to push that image of Cesare Borgia, which became the new poster boy for Jesus Christ, which was the new face for Serapis. So there you go. When Cesare Borgia's image began to be pushed around the four corners of the earth, is basically the beginning of the whitewashing of history. They went all throughout Europe, you know, to destroy the images, knock the noses and the lips off of all the dark images of the people who look so-called Negroid and that sort of thing. But there was so many, they couldn't even destroy them all. And even on some of the paintings where they used chemicals to remove the color and repaint blonde hair and that sort of thing over some of the paintings, if you look in the corners, you can still see the dark features. You know, they would leave out like the knuckles or the knees, the feet. You know, you'd see this person who's pale and all of a sudden their feet were dark, or the knees or the elbow joints. You know, the parts where the chemicals couldn't get fully take away all the color. So they did this sort of thing. It's called iconoclasm. All right, destruction of the icons. Okay, so let's go into the book of Maccabees now. Okay, when Esau Edom first came into power, why Job 9:24 was their rebirth? You know, starting with the Renaissance, because they had dominion over the earth before. All right, via the Grecian and the Roman Empire, and then they fell, they were wounded, and they came back into power again. All right, fulfilling prophecy. But this is First Maccabees, the first chapter, and it said, and it reads, and it happened after Alexander the son of Philip the Macedonian, who came out of the land of Kittim, had smitten Darius the Persians, the Medes, that he had reigned first in his stead, the first over Greece. So Alexander came from a different stead. He came from the stead of the Edomites, and you can trace Alexander back to Amalek, who was the son of Edom. Okay, Alexander can be traced back in the Bible back to the Edomites. So there's no argument that the so-called white man is Esau Edom. Their most honored forefather, Alexander the Greek, his lineage goes right back to Esau Edom. All right there in the Bible. Hence one of the reasons why they tried to, the Bible Destruction Group, remove the Apocrypha from the Bible, because it gave up that information. All right. So let's go to verse 7 in First Maccabees. All right, the first chapter, and it says, so Alexander reigned 12 years and then died, and his servants bare rule everyone in his place, his 4 generals, which he had parted rulership over the known world between them. All right, which was Northern Africa, Europe, and some parts of Asia. Okay, which is basically the old world. All right, and it says, and after his death, they all put on crowns. They all put crowns upon themselves, so that their sons after them many years, and evils were multiplied in the earth. All right, so wickedness, evil came into the earth. All right, when Esau Edom came into rulership. When they got control over the old world, evils came into the earth. All right. Verse 10, and there came out of them a wicked root, Antiochus, surname Epiphany. So the Grecian Empire continued on this evil path through Antiochus, and then all the events that happened in the Maccabees can be found in secular history and encyclopedias. I've done the research. You can match up the stories in the Maccabees right with secular history. You can look up in the encyclopedias and find all this information, man. All the different Caesars, the Grecian rulers, the wars between the Maccabees and the Grecians, them joining on to Rome, and then Rome trading on them. All these things that happened are found in secular history, so it's undeniable. Okay? And then through the Renaissance, these very same Edomites came back into power. So that's your first class of people, okay? Which was the wicked. Now let's go to the second class of people, which can be found in Genesis, the 10th chapter. Quite frankly, the sons of men, the other nations, the heathens, the Gentiles. All right, which simply just means, non-Israelite for that matter. Okay, when it reads about in Generation chapter 10, it says, "Now these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, Japheth, and unto them were sons born after the flood." Okay, and then as you begin to read into that, it breaks down the sons of Japheth, it breaks down the sons of Shem, and it breaks down the sons of Canaan. All right, and then out of Shem came the chosen people, but all the other Shemites, all the other Shemitic people, outside of the Israelites, were heathens, the other nations. Quite simply, quite frankly. Now, let me turn around, close this door behind me. Salakia. So those are your sons of men. All the other nations, all right, outside of so Edom is the sons of the wicked, and all the other heathens that are non-Israelites are the sons of men. Shalom, shalom. Call halal Yahweh B'Shem Shai B'Hashem Rakah Kodash. Double honors unto the apostles and the elders of GMS. Salutations to the Akim, my fellow laborers that are doing this work in truth and sincerity. To the confusion of face Akim that are joined unto our ranks. To the Akwaf, the hopefully elect out there that are listening and learning. This is a continuation of part 2 of the 3 classes of men. And we're going to get into the third and final class, which is the Israelites, which should have been obvious. We already mentioned the first 2 in part 1. And I'm going to use a little bit of the footage from this video. Who are the Neolites, the tallest, darkest, thinnest people on earth? And they are relics of dark-skinned Negroid-looking Hamites holding Israelites who are also dark Negroid type with cornrows in captivity. The Hamites were known for their height. The Philistines for their height. So a lot of those taller tribes, like the Watutsi and mainly the Watutsi, those are the remnant of the Philistines, and they've been pushed out of their original home and down further into the continent which they were a part of. So they're pushed further south into Africa, down into the sub-Sahara and all that. They were pushed out of Egypt when Esau conquered and took over and started calling themselves Egyptians. That was the Ptolemies. Okay, so let's play a little bit of this video, and then we'll get into some scriptures.
I often wondered where the vernacular... When I was a kid, I often wondered where the vernacular for the racial categorization in the United States came from. I mean, are white people really white?
No.
Or are they more of a pinkish tan?
Yes.
Obviously, Asians don't have yellow skin, and Native Americans aren't really red, and black people aren't really the color black. However, one of my favorite groups on Earth to learn about that gets almost no attention in the Western world are the Nilotes of Sub-Saharan Africa.
So he pretty much said everything that we say. All right? Whites are not white, they're pink. They're red. Pink is a derivative of red. Asians, so-called, are not yellow. And yellow is a derivative of brown. When you go to Asia, there's a lot of dark brown Asians all over the place. And he said that black people aren't really black. They're brown. And if you look at the skin on these people, they're brown. They're really dark brown, chocolate, like chocolate. All right. Black would be like the cover of this this phone there. Black, chocolate brown. As a matter of fact, let's go back to the Negroids. Clearly brown. He said black people aren't really black. They're brown. So the whole black-white thing is a false narrative which was created by Esau Edom. Okay? So let's go to the origin of nations and to the table of nations in Genesis. All right, because there were 18 nations created on earth, and we're actually going to read about them and how they came to be. All right, Genesis, the 10th chapter, and you please write these scriptures down, read them for yourself. This is Genesis, the 10th chapter, and verse 2. All right, and it says, verse 1, it says, now these are the generations of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and unto them sons were born after the flood. So to the sons of Noah, the races are counted through the lines of Shem, through the lines of Ham, and through the lines of Japheth, Noah's sons. Okay? Now it says the sons of Japheth, Salakia. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, that's 1, Magog, that's 2, and Madai, that's 3, and Javan, that's 4, Tubal, that's 5, Meshach, that's 6, and Tyrus, that's 7. 7 of the nations that were created by the Most High, right there out of the 18 nations. All right? Mind you, these nations that I'm reading about, all people on the earth are connected to them. There are only 18 nations still on earth today. So you can see how Esau turned everything upside down once he got dominion. How many people do they claim to be in languages? They all go back to those 18 nations. All right? And all dialects are offshoots of the original dialects. And the original dialect in the earth was Hebrew. Once upon a time, all people spoke Hebrew. That's the pure language. That's the language of heaven. And that's the language which is going to return to earth. And not that the Yiddish-based false Hebrew, which is spoken in the land of Israel today by the Israelis. That's a language that's written in Hebrew characters, but yet there are other languages mixed into it. All right? I'm going to jump down to verse 6. It says, and the sons of Ham, this is Genesis 10 and 6, Cush, Mizraim, and Put, and Canaan. All right? So that's 4. So 4 plus 7 is 11. All right? Now I'm going to jump to the sons of Shem. All right? In verse 22. And it says, and the children of Shem, Elam, Asher, Aphaxad, Lud, and Aram. That's 5. 11 and 5 is 16. So we have 16 nations. Okay? 16 nations. All right? And here's where the other 2 come from. All right? When you get to verse 27 in chapter 11, it says, now these are the generations of Terah, and Terah begot Abram, all right, and Nahor and Haram begot Lot. Okay, Lot's 2 sons, Ammon and Moab, became nations. Okay, that's your 18 nations. Ammon and Moab are the so-called Japanese and Chinese, and all the people of Asia come out of Ammon or Moab. All right, hence the reason why they're finally getting back together and coming against Esau. Okay, those are your 14 nations. Okay, and Abram and Lot, okay, Abram and Lot are Hebrews. And let's prove that with scripture. This is Genesis 14 and 13. And there came one that had escaped and told Abram the Hebrew, for he dwelt in the plain of Mari. Okay, so and it said, and the Ammonite brother of Ishkar and the brother of Aner, and these were confederate with Abram. All right, so Abram was a Hebrew, and so was his nephew Lot. Why? Because Lot came out of his brother Haran. All right? And then Lot ended up having 2 ancestrous children with his daughters who got him drunk and basically raped him. You know, the whole Me Too thing. They got him drunk and blasted out of his mind. And a drunk man who's passed out, his rod will still get up. And that's what those 2 wicked daughters did. They got Lot drunk. They got his rod up and they rode him until he came in them. And they both bear 2 children. And that's Ammon and Moab. All right. And it's funny, too, how, you know, and you know, when you have incest, it often creates children that have that look of Down syndrome. And, you know, and that's that epicantic fold in the eye. All right. And Ammon and Moab, their whole race have that epicantic fold. So you just find that a strange coincidence, or was it, you know, done from on high? But that's besides the point. It's not the point of this lesson. Okay, so now we've identified the 16 races, the 18 races of people. All right, and we identified that one out of those 18, one was the wicked. That's Esau, Edom. We've proven that with the scriptures. We've proven that with scripture and prophecy. Okay, then all the other, and then we have the Israelites, which is the last one. Those are the sons of God. Okay, and then you have the other 16 nations, which are the sons of men, the heathen, the Gentiles. Okay, so now let's go to Deuteronomy, the 7th chapter. Okay, and when you read verses 1 through 7, the Israelites were supposed to exterminate these Hamites, but they didn't. All right, so now we're mixed in them. As a matter of fact, when you go to Amos, the 9th chapter, the 7th verse, it kind of talks about that. You know, Ham and Israel looked a lot alike. And you have to remember, in their early stages, they mixed and mingled and had lots of children together. All right? Because we didn't fully exterminate them off the land and send before the Lord, and we end up mixing and mingling with them. Well, we're supposed to know, did it happen? Yes. Also, creating what the Bible describes as the confusion of face, because some of our people actually look like Hamites. All right, these are Negroes. Okay, these are Hamites. Both have chocolate skin. Hamites are usually a little darker, and they both have woolly hair. So let's go back to the Negroes, so-called. All right. Difference between them. Matter of fact, let's go ahead and read that. Let me read that real quick. Now that I brought it up, this is Amos 9 and 7. Are ye not as the children of Ethiopians unto me, O children of Israel? Saith Yahweh, have I not brought up Israel out of the land of Egypt, and the Philistines from Captor, and the Syrians? Behold, the eyes of Yahweh power are upon the sinful kingdom, and I will destroy it from off the earth, face of the earth, saying that I will not utterly destroy the house of Israel, the house of Jacob, saith Yahweh. For lo, I will command and I will sift the house of Israel among all nations, like as the corn is sifted to seed, yet not the least of the grain shall fall upon the earth. So the elect is all about the elect. And that's who was talked about in Genesis. All right, those giants, those sons of God, the elect, Ephesians 1 and 4, they were predestinated. Okay, the elect of Israel, because not all Israel is Israel. Okay, Deuteronomy 7 and 6, and it reads, for thou art a holy people unto Yahweh thy power. Yahweh thy power hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself, above all people that are upon the face of the earth. Call halal Yahweh B'Hashem Nawashai B'Hashem Rakak Wadash. Double honors unto the apostles and the elders. Salutations to all my fellow laborers. And Wa Abba Babal. Shalom. Call halal Yahweh B'Hashem Nawashai B'Hashem Rakak Wadash. Honors unto the apostles and the elders of GMS. Salutations to all my fellow laborers, the Akim out there, doing this work in truth and sincerity, risking their lives and their freedom to do so. to the confusion that face Akim join unto our ranks, to the hopefully elect, the Aqua worldwide that are listening and learning. To you I say Shalom. Disclaimer, we are the Hebrew Israelites by blood, the people that you read about in the Bible, not the Jewish people. They are converts. Okay, we are not associated with any black denominated organizations. We do not claim that. We're not a part of that. Black is a social construct, just as white is a social construct. There is no nation of white and there is no nation of black. All right. Truth be said, people are different shades of brown, from a dark chocolate brown to a very light brown. All right. And then people are different shades of red. All right. From a pale red to a palish pink. Flesh colored people. All right. I'm going to present some information. I'm going to read some scriptures first, but I'm going to present information from a couple different books, and I'll show the name and title of the books before I go into them. And it's all based upon this video that's on the screen, this Israel Hayom. And he's got a couple Gadites on there, although I do believe that one of them is a tear. I think the man is a tear. But that's neither here or there. What's important is the information that they bring out. And basically, they're telling you what we always tell you on the highways and byways, that the Native Americans, the so-called Latinos of the Americas, are indeed the lost tribes of Israel, the 10 lost tribes. Okay? And these imposter converts, these Israelis, are trying to make a claim as if they're their people, and they are not. As a matter of fact, if you search heavy enough, it was some of their scientists and doctors who talked about the whole Negroid, Caucasoid, and Mongoloid thing, and tried to write them off as being Mongoloid, which were all pseudoscience and made-up concepts, total lies. All right, the Johann Blumenbach had a lot to do with that, with those false classes of people. But now all of a sudden, they want to claim that these are their people. And that's because we're bringing it out, and it's the truth. Because the truth be said, the so-called natives of the Americas, the so-called Hispanics of the Americas, go back to the people of Israel. All right? And it's all about through your father, not your mother. And I do believe that the Gadite on here claiming Cherokee, I do believe that that's through the spirit that he's a tear. Okay? But you know, I could be wrong, but his spirit just didn't seem right with me. His spirit seemed more aligned with the imposter Jewish guy hosting the show. So without any further ado, let's get some biblical evidence first in the scriptures. All right, this is the book of Kings, 2 Kings, the 17th chapter. I'm gonna read like verse 1 through 6 quickly, and it reads: in the 12th year of Ahaz, the king of Judah, began Hoshea, the king of Elah, to reign in Samaria over Israel. So this heathen was reigning over Israel, this king. All right. And he did that which was evil in the sight of Yahweh, but nothing as kings of Israel that were before him. Against him came up Salakiah, not Ahaz, but the Salmanassar is who I'm talking about, who's the heathen. All right. And it says, and he did evil. All right. And then so to verse 3. And against him came up Shalmaneser, the king of Assyria. And Hoshea became his servant and gave him presents. All right. So we had to serve this Shalmaneser, this heathen. All right. And the king of Assyria found conspiracy in Hoshea. All right. For he had sent messengers, so the king of Egypt brought no present to the king of Assyria, as he had done the year by year. Therefore the king of Assyria shut him up and bound him in prison. And the king of Assyria came up throughout all the land and went up to Samaria and besieged it 3 years. And in the 9th year of Hoshea, the king of Assyria took Samaria and carried away Israel away into Assyria and placed them in Halah, in the harbor by the river of Gozan, in the cities of the Medes. Hence the reason why Yahushua told the disciples, go not into the cities of Samaria, because Israel was not there anymore. You had all these heathens, all these people that were calling. You had all them Hamites, all those heathens that had been placed in that city and were keeping Israelite customs. You also have to remember you had the remnant of the Edomites who were forcibly converted to Judaism by or follow the ways of the Bible by John Hyrcanus of the Maccabees. Okay, so you had these Hamites, and that's where you get the Ethiopian Jews. You had these Hamites, and you had these Edomites, these Jewish converts, and all these mixtures of people in the land of Israel. Hence the reason wearing yarmulkes and things like that when Israelites didn't wear their head covered. All right, so you had all these people who were back then, like for example, the woman at the well. That's why the Lord, told her that neither in this mountain nor any other mountain that you know not what you worship, that you won't worship the Lord, because she couldn't worship the Lord because she was a heathen. So you had heathens in the land of Samaria, all right, and then it tells you, which I'm going to read in the Apocrypha, that those same said people were taken to the Americas, all right, and the Israelites knew the way to the Americas because of Hiram. Hiram was a Hamite servant of Solomon, so they had taken many trips to the Americas, all right, and it talks about it, in the Book of Kings. If you go back to the 5th chapter, the 10th chapter, and you start reading about Hiram and his works for Solomon, man. So let me read 1 Kings 10 and 22. It says, "For the king had set at sea a navy of Tarshish." Okay? It said he had set at sea the navy of Tarshish with the navy of Hiram. Once in 3 years came the navy to Tarshish, bringing gold, silver, ivory, and apes and peacocks. All right, when you go look that word up, peacock is talking about turkeys, and turkeys are indigenous only to the Americas. You wouldn't find turkeys in any other part of the world. They were indigenous to the Americas. All right, so we know because of biblical fact that they were coming here to the Americas. Okay, so without any further ado, let's examine some of the information which is brought out, and then we'll let some of this video play. But this is Christopher Columbus and the participation of the Jews in the Spanish and Portuguese discoveries by Mayer K. Serling. Okay, this book was originally printed in Hebrew and in a bunch of other languages, and they reprinted it in 2002 into English. All right, but this was originally printed in the early 1800s, okay, or the mid 1800s is when this was printed, okay. And Mayer K. Serling lived from 1829 to 1905, okay. So let's go straight to page 95 in this book. It says, Indians and Israelites. To what race did these aboriginals belong? Several writers have asserted that they have displayed much learning attempting to prove that aboriginals were descendants of Jews. All right, and then it talks about Rodman. All right, the Spanish clergy Rodman, his arguments were derived from unpublished manuscript which he discovered in the library of San Pablo, Brazil. Montezimos, who possessed manuscripts of Luis Lopez, learned of the Bishop of Quito and was convinced that the Peruvians were of Jewish origins. And in the book by Ronald Sanders, which now costs you, I think, about 10 grand now. I paid 30 bucks for this book almost 10 years ago. This is called Lost Tribes and Promised Lands by Ronald Sanders. They want $10,000 for this book now, because of the information that's in it. All right, and when you look, and it turns out that Ronald Sanders, when he wrote this book, he set out to disprove that the natives were Israelites, and then once examining the information, he realized that they were indeed of the lost tribes of the house of Israel. Okay, so we're going to read a little bit from that later too. But back on page 96 in Christopher Columbus and the participation of the Jews in the Spanish and Portuguese discoveries. All right, it says, the view of Rodman and Gregorio Garcia, the Aboriginals of America, were descendants of the Jews and were maintained with many arguments in one and same year in 1650. Now, these were so-called white men, scholars, clergymen, telling you that these people were the people of the Lord. All right, which is why there's going to be such a heavy toll to pay for Esau, Edom, because of what they did to them. All right, the enslavement of them, the genocide of them, and then the pushing them off their own land. In a lot of cases, making them slaves on their own lands. All right. In the same year, 1650, independently by the Englishman Thorogood and by the Portuguese Jew Manasseh ben Israel, and now rabbi of Amsterdam, who induced Cromwell to allow Jews to return to England. The Portuguese Moreno, all right, which was basically Morenos were what they call hidden Jews. You can look that up. It'll tell you a Jew or a Moor. As a matter of fact, that definition I kept in my old Bible. All right, you can find that in etymology online. You look up the word Moreno, and it's going to tell you it's a Jew or a Moor from Spain. Moors were black people, so-called, or referred to as hidden Jews, because they had to hide their their heritage. All right, they worshiped the Bible in secret, and they professed to be Catholics just to survive in that society. All right, it says a Portuguese Moreno of Villafort, who strange to say, also called himself Montezimos, and afterwards assumed the name of Aaron Levi, informed Manasseh that he had mingled in South America with Jews of the 10 tribes. Manasseh, and this is some of the information which is in Ronald Sanders' book, the one that cost $10,000. Because don't forget, Cristobal Colon, aka Christopher Columbus, came to the Americas with 5 more Moors as interpreters and guides. Hebrew-speaking Moors or Morenos. Hebrew-speaking Morenos. Why? Because he knew he was going to encounter Hebrew-speaking people. And in Ronald Sanders' books, they called it broken Hebrew. No, they were speaking actual Hebrew. The Jewish people and were speaking the broken Hebrew, because the language that they speak is part Hebrew. It's written in Hebrew characters, but there are other languages mixed into it. All right. It says, informed Manasseh that he had mingled in South America with Jews of the 10 tribes. Manasseh's book attracted much attention and was translated into Latin, Spanish, Dutch, English, Italian, and Hebrew. Nor has the interest ceased even to this present day. Well, it has ceased because they don't teach about this in school. They're not presenting this as information in the colleges and the universities today. If so, people wouldn't argue with us and look at us like we're crazy when we say what we say. Okay? Now I'm going to jump to page 98. And it said, Rodman's chief argument in support of his view in the language of the Indians is Hispaniola, Cuba, Jamaica, and adjoining islands. He contends that this is the many resemblances to Hebrew. In fact, he even calls it corrupted Hebrew. He asserts such names as Cuba and Haiti as being Hebrew. And they were first applied by the earliest Caciques, the chiefs or leaders, Cassin, who discovered the people, the islands. The names of the rivers of persons in use among the natives are derived from Hebrew. So you mean to tell me these people are using all this Hebrew, but they're not the Hebrews, and they had never had contact with anyone who was Hebrew? You got to be out of your goddamn mind. All right? And you're going to see them admit this, but then try to put that Edomite lie and twist on it. Okay? The name of Axi for pepper. The name of the storehouse, Amaz, for grain. And like all point to the Hebrew language. Their rites, ceremonies, as well as their languages form one of the main arguments in favor of the theory of descent. Circumcision prevailed among the... So these people on this side of the world circumcising their children, man. Why? Man. Okay. It says... They refrain from touching dead and from tasting blood. They had definite fast days. Marriage with sister-in-laws were permitted if they were childless widows. Wives were discarded for new helpmates. That's the Hebrew Israelite custom, man. They also sacrificed first fruits on high mountains and under shady trees. They had temples and carried a holy ark before them in time of war. They were also, like the 10 tribes, inclined to idol worship. That's the main way, man. Northern Kingdom, man, so-called Hispanics, do not want to let go of them false images of Mary and Cesare and all that voodoo and Santeria and all that other bull crap. All right? The question whether American Indians are descendants of Jews, whether they are offspring of the lost tribes, have often been answered in affirmative, in both affirmative and negative, but it is not yet definitely settled. It is settled, man. How you gonna have a mountain of evidence like that and then say, well, it can't be? Hey, look, that old saying, if it talks like a duck and it walks like a duck, there you go. All right. Now let's play some of this video. Let them condemn themselves.
Today on Israel Hayom Insider, people lived in the Americas for around 17,000 years before Columbus arrived in 1492. But evidence suggests that there were earlier contacts with...
Now, he didn't tell you that Columbus was a convert Jew named Cristobal Colon. And I have the books and the evidence of the records of his son's lawsuit, Diego Colon, to prove it.
The Vikings, perhaps the Chinese, and maybe even...
And perhaps the Chinese and the Vikings. All right? They just fabricate stuff. And I can't... I can't really speak on that or when, if they did or if they didn't. It doesn't really change anything because I don't know enough about it. I haven't researched that history. But one thing's for sure, that Solomon's Navy knew the way over here. And this is where the 10 lost tribes came to, hands down.
The ancient Hebrews. In this episode of Israel Hayom Insider, we look at the surprising and still evolving relationship between Native Americans and the Jewish people. With me in the studio, Chief Joseph Riverwind.
Now it's funny, they want to build these imposter Jewish people want to build a relationship with the natives, but not with Judah, the Negroes who are the true Jews of the Bible, the so-called American Negro. All right, that hate and that disdain for Judah, man, is without bounds.
The acting principal chief and Laurelyn Riverwind, the tribal spokesperson of the Northern Arawak Taino Tribal Nation.
Good
How are you today?
Good. Good. Thank you for having us here.
I want you to start in. Tell me a little bit about your background. You've got a really interesting background, combining Jewish and Native American traditions.
Absolutely.
Remember, Jewish means to be like. The suffix ish means to be like or pertaining to. So by definition, their very name is telling you that they're not the Jews. They're being like the Jews, which is only one tribe. All right, you have 11 other tribes.
Okay, how about in English?
Okay. That's a traditional way of beginning a conversation. My name is Chief Joseph of the Arawak Taino Nation, Jaguar clan. And I also have Sephardic Jewish heritage as well.
Okay.
And my people, I'm descended from the Cherokee, the Eastern Band, and my father's side was Bird Clan.
And the Cherokee split, all right? Half of the Cherokee sold out completely to Esau, and the other side fought against Esau. In case you didn't know that. You had Cherokee that fought with the South during the Civil War and Cherokee that fought with the North during the Civil War. All right? The nation has split, and they were one of the biggest tribes. They're all Gadites. All right? The Reubenites are the tribes which I hail from through my father's side. All right? They're actually going to mention my father's mother's tribe in this video. All right? My father's mother was Shoshone. My father was what you refer to as a black Seminole. Those black Seminoles out of Florida.
From Rattlesnake Mountain. And
where is that?
That's on the Cherokee Reservation. It's not actually a reservation, it's Qualla Boundary.
You see, they're playing this guy is blowing a shofar. They're playing the ram's horns, man. All right, and as we read in Mayor K. Serling's book, they were keeping all type of biblical customs, man, that only Israelites would do and know about. Even the other Hebrew nations weren't keeping these kind of customs, man. Only Israel was. Nobody on the planet was circumcising their children except the Israelites.
In Cherokee, North Carolina. And also I have Muskogee Creek heritage, and my fire sits at Weesabolga, is what we would say.
And as you were exploring your ancestry and your customs and traditions, I think you found some interesting commonalities between Jewish and Native American customs. Can you tell me about that?
Absolutely. Well, you mentioned Christopher Columbus. He didn't discover anything.
That part is true, and his name is Cristobal Colon. And if I know that, they know that. Why aren't they saying it? Because they're trying to be PC, politically correct, and not tell the 100% truth.
My tribe was the one who discovered him wandering lost in the ocean.
Right.
And 1492 is when the Sepharad, the Sephardic Jews, were kicked out of Spain. Interestingly enough, it was the 9th of Av when Columbus left, and on the 9th of Av he sighted our land. So a lot of the Latin, Spanish-conquered countries have a large population of Sephardic and Native American mixtures there. And as we started studying and researching a lot of our traditions, now this isn't all tribes, we don't speak for every tribal nation, but we found similarities in our linguistics. We have Hebrew words in our language, celebrations of new moon festivals.
What you will find in this book right here by Timothy R. Jenkins, what he just said, all right, hold on, let me get the shadow off. Timothy R. Jenkins, The 10 Tribes of Israel, History of the North American Indians, showing that they are the descendants of these 10 tribes, which is spoken of in the book of Ezra. All right, on page 130, it says, Indians will not cohabit with the women while they are out at war. They religiously abstain from every kind of intercourse, even with their own wives, for the space of 3 days and nights before they go out to war. A lot of fighters modern day do that as well for even longer. All right. So after they return home, because they sanctify themselves. So Joshua commanded these Israelites the night before they marched to sanctify themselves, by washing their clothes, avoiding all impurities, avoiding all marital intercourses. Right. It says, when the Indians return home victorious over an enemy, they sing the triumphant song, Yehu, Hewa, Hewa. Then as they say, Ye, Yo, Hewa, ascribing the victory to him, like the religious customs of the Israelites, who were commanded always to attribute their success to Jehovah, which is they know that it's Yahweh, all right? That the letter J did not exist before 1634. That is a creation of Esau, Edom, his people. The letter J is a creation of his people, Esau, Edom, all right? And so he said that they attribute their success to Jehovah and not their swords and arrows, all right? And here it is. They would sing around the fire saying, Yehewa, Yohewa, but there was Yahweh. All right? Yahweh. And they would sing unto the Lord, man. So that's just that little insert from that book. There's a lot of information in that book. A very wicked man gave me that book some years ago before the demons jumped on him. He was a righteous man back then. That was Mac 10 gave me that book of the Good Samaritans before he lost his damn mind.
My people have many things in common as far as the traditions and sacred things concerning, for example, there was a celebration of new moon. There was a 7th day of rest.
Are you kidding me?
Swine. There were cities of
They were celebrating the new moon and the 7th day of rest
during the year.
How would they know that, and why would they do that? Because it was passed down through oral tradition, man. All right. The oldest Hebrew relics known to man were found among them of the ancient Paleo Hebrew. All right. And not the Yiddish spoke Hebrew, which is actually in the title of this video. If you look at it. All right. If I turn the camera down, if you're looking right above the subscribe button, that's the Aramaic form of Hebrew. That's new. That's not the original form. All right. Amongst these natives was found the original ancient form, like what you would see on the Moabite stone. Okay, when there were no vowel points and all these extra letters and all that other thing, that was all that extra letters was put together by Eleazar ben Yehudi in the late 1800s when he revised the language. All right, and mixed all that Yiddish stuff in, this Yiddish and Slavic stuff, and added the vowel points to Hebrew, which is what they speak today. All right, they're not speaking the true holy tongue. They're speaking a corrupt version of it, Yiddish influenced.
And so there were many commonalities that we found seemed very similar. And this is chronicled in by a man in the 1700s named James Adair. You can read about it in a book called Out of the Flame.
He was one of many, and there was
James Adair's book completely condemns Esau Edom, man, and lets you know behind it. He lived among the natives for 40 years, and he chronicled all the things that he witnessed and that he saw, and he came to the conclusion that these indeed were the lost tribes of the house of Israel, and you Edomites still did to them what you did to them, and now it's time for your payment, man. Payment is near among you.
a man by the name of Rabbi Manasseh ben Israel, back in about 200-300 years ago, who also believed that there was a connection.
I just mentioned him in that book.
And the First Nations people.
So the theory would be that when the 10 lost tribes were scattered, some of them ended up coming to America. Is that the idea?
Right.
And that's exactly the idea. That's what happened. This is from Lost Tribes and Promised Lands by Ronald, The Origins of American Racism. Lost Tribes and Promised Lands, The Origins of American Racism by Ronald Sanders. All right. This is on page 364, the bottom. And 364 is a heavy page, but I'm just going to read this small portion. It says, Francisco told Montezumos all he knew about these people from his own traditions. And he was that Moreno Moor, the Jew, who was speaking to these natives in Hebrew. All right. His ancestors, to their eternal shame, had indeed made war on them and persecuted them. Only sorcerers of his tribe had perceived that they were a special people. All right. And he used the word sorcerer, and that wasn't a good word. That's just what he was trying to explain. And he had given warning that they should be left alone, that the Israelites should be left alone. The God of these people, of these children of Israel, is the true God, and that he said, and everything inscribed on their tablets, which is the Bible, the book, at the end of days, they will be lords over all nations of the earth. And that is exactly what's going to happen, man. Now, mind you, this Lost Tribes and Promised Lands, Origins of American Racism, $30 for this book I paid a little over 10 years ago. Okay?
It's a possibility.
Now,
like I said,
this book
so many things in the
is going to run you about 10 grand now. So let's close up with 2nd Ezra, the 13th chapter and the 40th verse. It says, those are the 10 tribes which were carried away prisoner out of their own land in the time of Hosea the king, whom Salmanazar the king of Assyria led away captive, and he carried them over the waters, and so they came into another land. But they took counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth into a further country where never mankind dwelt, and that's Northern America. No one had ever dwelt in North or South America. There was no life in them. All right. Hiram had come over here, which is how they knew the way, but no, that's why all the history of the ancient world is on the other side of the ocean. All right. But they took counsel among themselves that they would leave the multitude of the heathen and go forth further into a country where never mankind had dwelt. that they might keep their statutes which they never kept in their own land. And they entered to the Euphrates by the narrow patches of the river. All right. And the Most High showed them signs, and he held still the flood till they were passed over. For through a country there was a great way to go, namely a year and a half. And the same reason is called Asareth. America is Asareth. And just like Hiram it said he took a year and a half to go and a year and a half to come back. Where was Hiram and his navy and the Israelites that were on his ship going to? They were coming to the Americas. So I hope this was an edifying lesson. Call halal Yahweh B'Shem Shai B'Hashem Rakak Wadash Wa Abba Babal.
All right. I'm going to give all praise, honor, and glory to Yahweh B'Shem Shai B'Hashem Rakak Wadash. Double honor to our many years. And salutation to the salutation to the Akim out there, the hopeful elect, that's out here pushing this truth and laboring in the right doctrine. And I just want to basically talk about an article I came across against Salaki about Trump, fucking pig face. This is an ugly bastard right here. But it says why I bring this topic out is because a lot of things is brewing up. You had Trump talk about he's going to get the military. He's saying if somebody don't get those people on the border, he's basically going to line them up and basically murder the Northern Kingdom. Basically get rid of them. And first and foremost, these white people, these Edomites, y'all have no goddamn say-so in the world to say calling anybody immigrants, because first and foremost, y'all stole this land, what y'all call America, and this is not your land. When y'all came and invaded it, it was inhabited by the so-called Native American, which are the tribe of Gad. And here it is, you claim it. And another thing, man, I actually have a cousin right now on the way of getting deported back to Cuba, and I believe I have other relatives out here, cousins and uncles, and great aunts and great uncles that probably on the verge of maybe getting deported as well. But for these so-called white people to come over and talking about what you call it, deportation and illegal immigrants and so forth, shows you that the so-called white man is a goddamn devil. Because first and foremost, man, these lower level crackers, man, these lower level Edomites, white people, y'all are fucking stupid, man. Y'all really actually believe that y'all got this land by outright, y'all got this land fairly. Y'all got this land by deceit, robbery, rape, and murder of a whole tribe. And like the scripture says in Genesis 49, Gad is going to overcome. You have a lot of these so-called Native Americans actually waking up, man, and they still have that hatred towards you devils. But a lot of shit over the years, it seemed like the so-called white man can't be taken down, but now is a breach hole. This truth is being spreaded. The truth is being revealed by the Heavenly Father, Yahweh B'Shem Shai, and waking up to the people who you really are, exposing you people. That's why the scripture says the man of sin and perdition has to be revealed, and it's coming out that the so-called white man is that man. He's the enemy of Yahweh B'Shem Shai, the enemy of Israel. You so-called Negro, Latino, Hispanic, Native Americans, man. You're the enemy of the whole goddamn earth, man. Everywhere the so-called white man goes, he causes death, destruction, and confusion, man. And I'm gonna go ahead and read this article. It was back in January 30, 2000, well, the beginning of the year. And while bringing this up, you just had the synagogue shooting, the pipe bomb situation, and it's a lot. Again, man, a lot of stuff is brewing up. The demon character, the demonizing his truth, and hey, things are unfolding. Things are going to fall into prophecy. So-called white man is basically trying to find a new bad guy. And, at any moment, a false flag event could happen. But it says, Trump says it will be hard to unify our country without a major event. Just like 9/11 changed, basically, well, shit, it did. It changed America, man. A lot more security, fake security, and all types of stuff laws was able to pass through that false flag, which was created by Esau himself. It says, Salaki. It says, hour before This is an hour before his first State of the Union. President Donald Trump said Tuesday that he wants to unite the country amid tremendous divisiveness, and hopes he can do so without a traumatic event affecting Americans. Now, hold on real quick. Scripture says, Scripture says, let me see. What is it? Slocky, bear with me. Here we go. It says, this is Luke. Luke 12:51. It says, suppose ye that I am come to give peace on earth. I tell you, nay, but rather division. So the Lord, let me keep on saying, for from henceforth there shall be 5 in one household, one house divided, 3 against 2, and 2 against 3. The father shall be divided against the son, and the son against the father, the mother against the daughter, and the daughter against the mother-in-law against her daughter-in-law, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. So, we come in, and I'm going to tell you something too, man. A lot of people got up. I've been talking to a lot of people. A lot of people been saying, you can't even mess with your own family members. Your own family members will cross you. It's crossing. Your own family member is treating you worse than somebody off the street. Somebody that you just ran up on, and a person off the street, will treat you better than your own family member. But the thing, the point is, man, the Lord is bringing division. And the Lord has never ever have sent brought for peace and everybody coming together. That old chummy yummy ass Martin Luther King spirit. One video that I heard Martin Luther King said, basically, he hit it right on the head. First and foremost, man, in the the Emancipation Proclamation made by Abraham Lincoln. Basically, you freed us for the famine and hunger and thirst and want and hopeless. That basically the so-called white man freed our people for famine, because even at that very time, a lot of land was being given in that time, but our people, you so-called Negroes, respectively, I'm speaking on the tribe of Judah. Y'all never, the so-called white men never gave you anything. No reparation, no land, no money, no nothing. But everybody, all the other nations, they were given, basically a startup package. So what Martin Luther King said, basically he told the so-called white man told our people to lace up boots that we didn't even fucking have on. How you gonna tell a man to lace up his boots and we don't even have no goddamn boots on? That's one thing, the best thing that Martin Luther King out his damn mouth. But fast forward to this present day, our people have always never been given, no type of slack. Laws have been set up against us. So here it is. You always had division amongst 1960s, 1950s, the 40s. Our people really thought they had to be like the so-called white man to prosper. Going back to the, James Brown Day, 1940s, 1930s, with the perms and so forth, dressing up in the suits. A lot of our people were basically buffooning and cooning, basically to pave the way for themselves. But, there's too much bad blood and too much tension built up for unity amongst the nations. And again, you have like the scripture says in Deuteronomy, see, let me see if I can find that in Deuteronomy. Damn it. Let me see. This is King James. So like Deuteronomy 28 and 43. 43. It says, the stranger that is within thee shall get up above thee very high, and thou shalt come down very low. You have these gooks, these so-called Arabs, and so-called Japanese, and these foreigners coming, East Indians, so-called the Edomites. Like I say, I live amongst Jake, so shit, it's a store right up the street from me. It's a mixture of Moab and Ishmael and Elam. Then you have another store not too far from me. Elam run it. You got another you got a corner store, another corner store. Elam and Ishmael run that store. There's two not too far from me. Ishmael, Elam run that. Then there's another store, Ham run it. And then, like I said, Jake had their little barber shops here and there that's constantly crumbling upside down, up for grabs. So like I say, these other nations come about us amongst our territory, amongst our quarters, and they become very high. And again, and we come very low. We come down, and this is too much bad tension, man. These people are coming over. Basically, they're living good off the backs of our people. America was made great by by slavery of our people, so-called Negro, Latino, Hispanic, Native Americans, and again, it's too much bad blood, bad tension, bad history, and these race wars are brewing up. But I'm gonna finish the point where I was. It says Trump spoke about creating a more united country during a lunch with a number of television news anchors. Trump said the United States has long been divided, including during the impeachment of former President Bill Clinton. Trump also said that Americans usually come together during times of suffering. It says, I would love to be able to bring back our country into a great form of unity, Trump said. This is without a major event where people pull together. Yeah, right. This man's a goddamn devil. And so-called white man's being exposed. That's why the scripture said we are not ignorant to Satan's devices, how the things of Esau searched out. Because you have men like me and other men that's scattered around the globe that's basically on top of the so-called white man's bullshit to be exposed. It says that's hard to do. But I would like to do it without that major event, because usually that major event is not a good thing. So the president also said the country's division date back to both Republican and Democratic administration, both for the same party, man. Both is for the same agenda, for the elites, man. Citing the scandals that led to Clinton's impeachment by the House in 1998, I want to see our country united. I want to bring our country back from a tremendous divisiveness, which has taken place not just over 1 year, over many years, including the Bush years, not just Obama, he said. Trump went on to say that united people would also be hard because of issues like health care, because some people want free health care paid by the governments and others want health care paid by private, where there's great competition. So the comments came as the president was putting the finishing touches on his first State of the Union address Tuesday night. It says, that's pretty much it. But again, let's see if I can find that scripture. Let's see if I can find it. Man, I can't find it. Basically, it goes into how every beef. Matter of fact, yeah, reword it. Better. Every beast. Here we go. Here it is. Kind of. It says, Sirach 13 and 15. Every beast loveth his like, every man loveth his neighbor. All flesh consorteth according to kind, and a man will cleave to his like. What fellowship has the wolf with the lamb, so the sinner with the godly? What agreement is there between a hyena and a dog? And what peace between the rich and the poor? You know, that's a good point, because all through America is nothing but class systems, and one thing first and foremost, man, is it's the rich against the poor. Who's the rich? You so-called devils, you Edomites, man. And who are the poor? Israel, man. You so-called Negro, Latino, Hispanic, Native American. And again, the scriptures every day will be made manifest, man. This is the living book, man. And again, it says you always have conflict between the rich and the poor. It says, and what peace between the rich and the poor? So what the fuck is Trump talking about? He's going to bring the nation back together. That's vain talk of man. But it says, again, all flesh consorted to kind, and a man will cleave to his like. You know, again, you have all types of sorts of people here in America. A lot of weird people here, man. A lot of wicked, a lot of people that, you know. America's divided, man. You know, it's not no bringing the shit back, man. You know, America was founded on blood and destruction, and by hate and greed. So how the hell are you gonna bring that together? You know, that's why the scripture says, "Move to the bloody city." You know, this country was founded off wickedness. So how the hell are you gonna bring it together? You know, the people you got your land from are in shackles. The so-called Native Americans are on reservation, man. They're bugged out. And if you go on YouTube and look at what you would call it, you know, the so-called Native Americans and their speeches, man, they're messed up. They're still messed up from that great devastation that the so-called white man had done to them, man. You know, how the hell you gonna move forward and say a proud statement like that out your mouth? But the same people that you took their land from, you still got them. You still haven't paid them nothing, man. You still haven't, you know, set them up. You know, here it is, so-called Negroes you brought over here unwillingly, used them for slaves. You just got them stuck in a goddamn ghetto, man. You know, you got this tricky what is feminism movement that you started to destroy our women. You got first, you know, these you're not gonna bring the Nate, man. You don't. The women are fucked up, man. The men are messed up. The women are messed up. Everybody's messed up here. You're not gonna bring this nation back, man. There's not no bringing. And that was the whole point of when the Heavenly Father, you know, disrupted everybody's languages, man. That was the whole point. The Lord never intended for everybody to be together. That's why you had different. If you look at an old map, a biblical map, you see everybody had a landmass, and amongst those landmass, you had walls up, so anybody couldn't just come in and invade their property, man. Or it was war. That, you know, that man would basically be hemmed up and brought in for, you know, if he was able to even get hemmed up, if they didn't kill him first, you know. Just like at the time of when we first left Egypt, we had to, you know, basically ask to go before we go through anybody's land, because what happened, that it could have mean, if you walk through somebody's land, that mean war, you know. Here it is. Another thing, man, it's too, here in America, these wicked ass Edomites. That's why the scripture says in Proverbs 29, when the wicked bear forward, everybody mourns, but when the righteous bear forward, everybody rejoices. Everybody is waking up to the fact that America is fucking corrupt, man. How we're the greatest nation, but we had the most crime, most corruption, the most jails. You know, they're supposed to be the so-called most technology and all sorts of, the greatest country ever. But just look at America, man. Everybody's smoking cigarettes. Everybody's going to fucking psychiatric wards. Everybody is trying to escape reality here. That's why everybody's on some type of hard drug, man. And you know, people that's really woke up to the fact that America is, would sit there and tell you, man. I have cousins that even shut up their mouth, man. They regret that they came to America. I mean, they wish they would have stayed in Cuba. You know? But yeah, man, that's pretty much it, man. It's not no, man, them times over with that little chummy yummy, you know, bringing forth everybody together. That shit is bullshit. It's not going to happen. You know, we're coming in those times, man. But the Lord is separating. Well, He's been separating, but you're going to see that shit now. You know, you're not going to have the race wars are going to pop off. You know, these civil wars. You know, wars that's going to be inside of America. You know, RFID chip is going to come. A major false flag event is going to come. I mean, look at the Georgia Guidestones, man. You know, that's the whole mission of the so-called white man, to kill, to murder half of so-called humanity into, I want to say, 500,000, sort of, and I can't remember the number. You know, you can go to the Georgia Guidestones and it'll come up, but the so-called white man has a wicked intention, and it's all about him. The so-called white man want to be as the Most High, and he's the so-called white man is the only opposing force of the so-called Salaki of the Heavenly Father, Yahweh Bashem Shah. He's the only one that has went into the Bible and twisted it and lied on it. You know, the man, Satan, man, he's the devil. Devil means an adversary. You know, Satan means a deceiver. So he switches the grammar of the Bible and puts it into a mischievous term. And this is what you get here in America, you know. But, you know, with that, I'm going to go ahead and end it. You know, with that, you know, Lord willing, brother, was edified. You know, that would say Shalom.
It is worth noting that Russia has a track record of not admitting the scope of shipyard accidents and also other naval incidents that have happened. Is now this dry dock, which is located at the 82nd Repair Shipyard in Russia, apparently went down for no reason, or they don't know right now any of the details, and we're going to be hard pressed to get any. Right now they're saying that many people were injured. There appears to be casualties that were involved, and all Russia is saying is that the ships were not hurt. So this dry dock, which their aircraft carrier was sitting at, just sinks out of nowhere. And right now they're saying that the cranes came toppling down, other equipment comes smashing down, and this is per certain reports of people that were in the area and other news agencies that had got the initial word out. But in terms of the military themselves, Russia themselves admitting to anything, they're not. They're not saying much of anything besides the ships are okay. Now, they don't want to go saying, yeah, we took heavy damage to our only aircraft carrier that's in operation. But right now they're saying that this aircraft carrier was undergoing much needed complex overhaul after years of deferring the project. They're saying that the scope of the work has been narrowed, and this thing was supposed to be overhauled and returned to the fleet by 2021. Now they're saying that because they have other overhauls planned in terms of large Soviet-era ships that they're trying to redo, that this could take some time. I've talked about in the past, though, how Russia has an extended fleet of icebreakers, which gives them a major advantage when it comes to the Arctic and maneuvering in that area. So they do have an advantage there, but in terms of this has left them in a position that I'm sure that they're not liking too much. But this is the latest in terms of this dock sinking. If I get any other details as to why, I'll let you guys know. Make sure to follow me on Twitter. I'll leave a link below. It's been Dabu7.
Alright, Shalom. First and foremost, call Loyim, Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahushai, Ba'ashem Rakal Kodash. Double honors to the apostles of Great Millstone who will, and they taught us this truth. And Barak to you brothers that's out there that's part of the Bayashah Davadah, the house of David. Alright. Basically, this lesson's gonna be on, he shall wear out the saints of the Most High. Because Shalom. Because lately, you know what I'm saying, I've been sick. That's why I haven't been putting up no videos like that. But I've been, like, my body been kind of fucking tired and sick. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what the hell is going on through the spirit, but through the spirit and power of Yahweh Shem Yahushai, it just goes into, this world getting worse by the second, and it just basically goes into us. We have to get the hell up out of here, man, because these bodies are feeble, they're weak. Like I've never, through the spirit, ever felt like this. Like I had to call off of work, like take an early leave, and I'm trying to duke it out, but it's like fuck, like like it's some whole other stuff, man. This devil, man, he's doing some whole other stuff, man. He has to be, cause like I said, I've never ever in my life, like, the way I feel waking up, I feel like I'd be smacked by a goddamn truck, But through the spirit and power of Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai, the Most High, gave me the strength and energy to do this video, in the mind state, So I'm going to get the first scripture real quick. I'm going to look it up. Bear with me. They already know where I'm going to through the spirit, but basically through the spirit, we just worn out, man. This society it wears you out. This devil wears you out. Like, I'll put it to you this way, what I have to do through the spirit and power of Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai, I have to, and I'm on foot right now through the spirit, I'm on foot, but things that I have to do through the spirit is all because of this devil, man, wearing out the saints of the Most High. Sometimes I have to walk to work, take the bus, walk 30 minutes, go to the job, boom, then even going to camp, I have an hour and a half, train ride, waking up 8 o'clock in the morning, to catch the train to go push, it's like, damn, I just be thinking, like, man, if I had a car, but it's like, man, like, through the spirit, it's like, when you really just act upon and think about it, it's like this devil is really trying to wear us out, man. Like, even the supervisor at the job today, or the lead, she was like, yeah, I can tell, like, you're tired, because it's like you're not even really your regular self. You're not even really your regular self no more. Like, you're like, fuck, like, because your mind is so focused on the truth, then it's like, okay, you got a day job, and you have to go to that day job, and you slaving over there. I work in a warehouse, so I work in basically a plantation. You know what I'm saying? So then throughout the week, I gotta walk to the bus stop 30 minutes to catch the bus. It's hot. I don't be feeling like being around people. You know what I'm saying? Then slave. I gotta and it's hell. But fuck it, we gonna go through it and get through it. But through the spirit, I gotta get up, boom. 2 hours early. I can't get my full sleep. I get off at 12:30. Like, yo, like this devil, man. And I was talking to one of the brothers from Gabarium of the Most High, again, what's up? And we was talking about that. Like this devil has a specific extinct time for work. He knows how to wear Israel out because he studies us. So 8 hours, boom. And then you go to work. They call it peak season when people are always buying stuff. 10, 12 hours you work, you don't have no time for yourself. And this devil knows, it's basically a distraction to try to get us to sway from our power. And that's the whole point of this devil wearing us out and making us work these jobs and stuff like that, because it's like you working at a warehouse and you trying to balance the truth out with this world that we have to live in. That's why we got to get the hell up out of here. And through the spirit, it's like, yo, like, god damn, like you go to sleep, you wake up, depending on your situation, you know what I'm saying? You might have to go to work a little bit early, you might have to catch a ride, and it's like, yo, like god damn, like it's devil, he just wearing us out, man. This is Daniel 7:25. And he shall speak great words against the Most High, and shall wear out the saints of the Most High. So we worn out. That's why it's like to the point to where it's like, yo, like even me myself, I've been so like sick. Like it's like, yo, like I'm thinking like, man, like I've been so sick to where the point to where I couldn't even do a video. Like real talk, like I'm trying to gather up strength and I don't got no strength. I don't have none, and I'm not playing. I don't bullshit, man. I don't BS, man. That's not me. That's not my spirit. I don't BS, man. But it's like, god damn, like my body hurt and this and that, like to where I like people are calling my phone and I'm looking at my phone like I don't even want to answer this unless it's important, unless it's a brother. But I'm gonna read that over again. Daniel 7:25. And he shall speak great words against the Most High, and shall wear out the saints of the Most High, and think to change times and laws, and they shall be given into his hands until a time and times and dividing of times. Right. So and that's exactly what this devil did, man. He changed the times, the season times and times. Ain't no fucking like you got people that still can't grasp the concept of the Sabbath is not on Friday to Saturday. Friday and Saturday, Monday through Sunday goes back to Greek customs, man. Goes back to Greek customs, and they all represent some form of Edomite or Babylonian god, man. Like Thursday, Thor, and the other Saturday, Saturn, worshiping what they call Saturn, because ain't nobody got it's right now, brother. It's I think it's Tuesday to Wednesday, if I'm not mistaken, the Sabbath. It goes off of every new moon through the spirit, So Tuesday through Saturday right now, then it'll change next month, and it'll probably be Thursday to Friday. But it goes off the new moon. So when you get your calendar, look up through the spirit, look up on your calendar, look up when the new moon is. And then you can even look, man, look, we spiritual. Go outside and see what the moon looks like. Because a new moon through the spirit, I send it to you, Lord willing, Just email the site, but you can even go outside because, like I said, we spiritual. And look, because the new moon is basically when there's like no new moon in the sky. I mean, no moon in the sky, so that would be the new moon. So if it fell on Wednesday to Thursday, that's what we follow through the whole month. But just look up the lunar calendar, and you should be able to find your answer right there through the spirit. You know. What is it, Micah 2:10? Oh my gosh. Alright, Salakia. Bear with me real quick. It's gonna be a quick lesson, man, because I'm kinda tired, but I just had to get off I just got off the plantation early. This is Micah 2:10. Arise ye and depart, for this is not your right. So this is not our rest. That's why the scripture just said, he shall wear out the saints of the Most High, because this is, at the end of the day, this is not our rest, man. It's not. That's why you got certain people or Israelites that be out here. It's well, what is it? It's 7:52. But you got certain Israelites out here, man, that be doing rap songs, videos, boom, this and that, and they feel comfortable. Like, I'm fucking tired right now. I'm real deal tired. I know certain brothers, elders, apostles been through it, man, but I'm fucking tired, man. Like, I'm tired as hell, man. You know, through the spirit, man, it's like, it's more of a thing to where it's like, yo, like, just thinking back on it, like, I had plenty of lessons that I wanted to do this week. I had plenty of them, you know? Shit is crazy, man. And it says, Micah 2:10, arise ye and depart, for this is not your rest, because it is polluted. Right. So this world is polluted. So if the whole world is polluted through the spirit, you know, the food's going to be polluted. The water's polluted. They talk about this goddamn BPA bottles where it's not like the other plastic bottles, man. All of this shit is polluted, man. Every which and last one thing, that's what the scriptures say, the earth mourneth, man. Yeah, because them fucking Amalekites, man, they know that we're the true people of Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahshua. They know we're the people of the Most High, man. And these fucking devils, they know what they doing, man. They know what they doing. They know, because the thing is, they study Israel. They study Jake, man. You know, they study us, man. So what? They know, okay, just like when you go to a hood or something like that, you go to a hood, all right? The first thing that's in the hood is what? A liquor store. Then you got these Arabs, they got all these Arabs and these gooks, they have swap meets. They have swap meets and they sell what? Jewelry, right? Because they know that we are the kings of the earth, man. And they know what Jake likes. So they study us, man. They study us wholeheartedly. They study Jake, man. So it says, it shall destroy you even with the sword of destruction. That's why we gotta keep fighting, man. You know, we gotta keep fighting, man. We gotta fight, because the scriptures say the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. Let me see if I can find that through the spirit. Because our spirit is literally through the spirit. It's willing to keep going. It's willing to keep going, but this flesh is like, yo, we gotta get the hell up out of here, man. You know? I mean, depending on food, just eat everything according to the law, man. According to the law. Don't eat no pork, nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? Because our food will be defiled amongst the Gentiles. I mean, we gotta eat. You know what I'm saying? But just eat everything that's according to the law, man. You know what I'm saying? Because certain stuff, this devil, he puts certain things in it, and it's like, through the spirit, it's like how can I say it? We certain shit we can't avoid, because even though we might think something's not in it, it might still be in it. But just eat everything through the spirit, you know. I mean, but through the spirit, what do you eat? You know what I mean? So, yeah, I mean, really watch what you eat. I mean, the most thing you should really be eating through the spirit is, vegetables and drinking water and stuff. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna get this last script. Like I said, I'm not really feeling good, so I'm gonna get this last script through the spirit, and I'm gonna close it out. It was just gonna be a quick, quick one. Lord willing, I'll be able to do one tomorrow. This is Matthew's chapter 26, verse 41. Watch and pray that ye enter not into temptation. The spirit indeed is willing, but the flesh is weak. So our spirit is willing to keep going, but this flesh that we in, that's why we got to be changed into them uncorruptible bodies, man. We gotta be changed, and that's what you have to want and visualize, man. That we supposed to be changed, man. We're gonna be changed when Yahweh Shai comes back. We're gonna be changed, man, into those extraterrestrial bodies, man. Those human angelic bodies, man. Because like the scripture says, Zechariah 12, the feeble amongst you shall be as David, the house of David shall be as God, as the angel of the Lord before them. So we're gonna be turned angelic, Lord willing. We are the house of David, man. But you brothers out there, man, and this is admonition for you, man. Keep fighting, man. Your spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak, man. Keep fighting, man. Hey, man. This devil's trying to wear the saints out, man. He's trying to wear us out, but we gotta keep fighting, man. We gotta keep fighting, keep going, keep pushing to the end through the spirit and power of Yahweh by Shimei Shine. I mean, because in all actuality, this is all we have. This is worth fighting for. So whatever you doing out there through the spirit and power of Yahweh by Shimei Shine, and I speak for myself more than y'all, just if you can, man, just keep fighting, man. Because we at the end. And I feel these demons, they've been trying to fuck with me, man. They've been trying to mess with me. They've been mainly attacking my body. You know what I'm saying? I used to be an athlete, you know what I'm saying? Like boxing gym, all that, you know what I'm saying? Basketball. I've never felt like this a day in my life. But now I'm like, fuck, like, it's like, God dang. Through the spirit. But it is what it is, man. We're gonna go through it and get through it, Lord willing. I'm gonna send up prayers, man, and Yahweh Shemi Ashai heal me from this little ailment, man. Cause you get sick in this thing, man. You get times where your body just feels messed up. It happens, man. You got guys out there be like, oh, you bugging out. Like, no, it ain't no bugging out stuff, but it's just a thing like, damn, like, hey, man, we worn out, man. He shall wear out the saints, man. This place is played out, man. Babylon, the mother of harlots, this place is played out, man. And Lord willing, through the spirit and power of Yahweh Bashimi, I'll shot this place get destroyed soon, man. Because we worn the hell out, man. This ain't our rest. We worn out. We trying to hold up, keep strong, and man, through the spirit, Lord willing, through the spirit and power of Yahweh Bashimi, I'll shine. And I speak for you, brothers, before myself, that we don't fall, man. You sincere, diligent brothers out there, and sisters out there that follow, that's diligent, stay up, man, and just keep it pushing, man. Cause hey, man, I don't know, man. This fucking devil, man. He gotta go down. But with that, I'm gonna say Barakatah Yahweh Shimi Al Shai Ba'Shem Makal Kodash. Double honors to the apostles of Great Millstone who were that taught us his truth. And Barakatah to you brothers out there that's teaching this word of truth and sincerity. This is part of the Bayasha Dawadah, the house of David. The dead in Yahweh Shai shall rise first. Like I said, it was just gonna be a quick one through the spirit, But Lord willing, man, till next time, Lord willing, I'll be able to do a video tomorrow, man. Y'all brothers, y'all Akim and Akwaf, y'all stay up, man. Shalom.
All right, Shalom Akim. This is GMS Louisiana Saints coming back at you once again with another lesson. As always, we'll give all praise to Yahweh,
Yahweh,
by
Yahweh
Shem,
Shai,
by
Bashar,
Shem, um, double honor to the elders, apostles, GMS. Peace and blessings and salutation to the hopeful elect out there, man. Shalom. Um, we're coming back at you with another lesson, man. This one here um, on the setup, showing you the wickedness of the setup of this beast system, this beast system by Esau, man. How it's set up in wickedness, how this whole economy is pretty much is at the end, man. For those who out there don't know who's in control, who's running things, man. I wanted to show a video real quick before we get into it, man. Up on the housing bubble crash, how things is getting lopsided with that. Also, you know, the oil and gas and who's running things as far as the this economy, man, or this beast. Because one would think that the president is control of the economy, but they don't. You know, we're gonna show you who one of the culprits behind that, man. And before I start, give me Jeremiah 7 and 8 real fast, huh?
Con. This is Jeremiah chapter 7, verse 8. Behold, ye trust in lying words that cannot profit.
Yeah, it says you trust in lying words that cannot profit, man. That's to the people of America. You trust in lying words of this so-called the heads of the state, the ones that's in control, man. Right on down to the 2/3 of our people. They trust in lying words of these so-called leaders, these so-called pastors, and these so-called people that are in control, man. Not knowing what's the outcome, the full outcome of this place called America, man, which we know as being Babylon the Great, you know. But I want to show this video.
If I could say real quick, think about it like this. Like you got the president. It's run like a business. It's got the president with the cabinet, the vice president, and then the other people. And does the president of a company necessarily own the company? No, a president can be elected into that, put into a job and switched out depending on who's the best for the job. It works similar with America. Just because you got the president doesn't mean he's the one running the company. You got the elites that are telling him what to do, how to run it according to their will.
Right, man. And most of this setup comes from something called the East Indian Company, man. Brothers have to look into that, man. This is a corporation, man. This bitch comes from her mother, which we know as Britain, man. So, let me switch the screen. It's gonna be a little lengthy. It's gonna be a little lengthy, but it got a lot of meat in it, man. I just want to show this video before we really get into things, man. And you know, listen to it real good. You know, I'm about to play it.
Michael, how are you, guy?
Lord, I found something really interesting.
The housing market is propped up on these bad loans. They will fail. Really? But the housing market is rock solid. It's a time bomb.
The housing market indicated that a crisis was coming in 2008. Is the same thing happening once again in 2018? For several years, the housing market has been one of the bright spots for the U.S. economy. Home prices, especially the hottest markets on the East and West Coast, had been soaring. But now, that has completely changed, and home sellers are cutting prices at a pace that we've not seen since the last recession. In case you are wondering, this is definitely a major red flag for the economy. According to CNBC, home sellers are slashing prices at the highest rate in at least 8 years. After 3 years of soaring home prices, the heat is coming off the U.S. housing market. Home sellers are slashing prices at the highest rate in at least 8 years, especially in the West, where the price gains were hottest. It is.
I was gonna say, if any one of you brothers have a precept, just let me know, man.
Quite interesting that prices are.
You had some?
Nah, I'll finish after the video. After the video, I'm gonna speak on it.
Cut fastest in the markets that were once the hottest, because that is exactly what happened during the subprime mortgage meltdown in 2008 too. In a previous video, I documented the fact that experts were warning that the US housing market looks headed for its worst slowdown in years. But even I was stunned by how bad these new numbers are.
We have to be wary of bubbles. We've got to get off this thing of saying, yeah, well, you're rooting for real estate to go up. This is going to cause the biggest crisis in our lifetimes. We've seen many stock bubbles burst before, 29, 89, and Nikkei, and the tech bubble and stuff. The stock bubbles on their own do not cause the deepest crises and financial crashes and depressions in history. It's real estate oriented. This one is the greatest real estate bubble. We've got to get real estate bubbles, especially when they go to extremes, and this is the most extreme in all of modern history. And in this most extreme in all of modern history, China is the most extreme, and then places like Australia, and then places like Manhattan and California, United States, and the best areas, Miami and London.
According to Redfin, more than 1 out of every 4 homes for sale in America had a price drop within the most recent 4-week period. In the 4 weeks ended September 16th, more than 1/4 of the homes listed for sale had a price drop, according to Redfin, a real estate brokerage. That is the highest level since the company began tracking the metric in 2010. Redfin defines a price drop as a reduction in the list price of more than 1% and less than 50%. That is absolutely crazy. I have never even heard of a number anywhere close to that in a 30-day period. Of course, the reason why prices are being dropped is because homes are not selling. The supply of homes available for sale is shooting up, and that is good news for buyers, but really bad news for sellers. It could be argued that home prices needed to come down because they had gotten ridiculously high in recent months, and I don't think that there are too many people that would argue with that. But is this just an adjustment, or is this the beginning of another crisis for the housing market? Just like a decade ago, millions of American families have really stretched themselves financially to get into homes that they really can't afford. If a new economic downturn results in large numbers of Americans losing their jobs, we are once again going to see mortgage defaults rise to stunning heights. We live at a time when the middle class is shrinking. Most families are barely making it from month to month. The cost of living is steadily rising, but paychecks are not, and that is resulting in a huge middle-class squeeze. I really like how my good friend M.N. Gordon made this point in his most recent article. The general burden of the American worker is the daily task of squaring the difference between the booming economy reported by the government bureaus and the dreary economy reported in their bi-weekly paychecks. There is sound reason to believe that this task, this burden of the American worker, has been reduced to some sort of practical joke, an exhausting game of chase the wild goose. How is it that the economy has been growing for nearly a decade straight? The average workers see no meaningful increase in their income. Have workers really been sprinting in place this entire time? How did they end up in this ridiculous situation? The fact is, for the American worker, America's brand of a centrally planned economy doesn't pay. The dual impediments of fake money and regulatory madness apply exactions which cannot be overcome. There are claims to the fruits of one's labors long before they've been earned. The economy, in other words, has been rigged. The value that workers produce flows to Washington and Wall Street where it's siphoned off and misallocated to the cadre of officials, cronies, and big bankers. What's left is spent to merely keep the lights on, the car running, and food upon the table. And unfortunately, things are likely to only go downhill from here. The trade war is really starting to take a toll on the global economy, and it continues to escalate.
Right. That was just about that, man. You know, it said these motherfuckers can't even keep food on the table, let alone keep the cars running, man. But go with your precept.
Well, I didn't have a precept. I just had wanted to make a statement on that economy, because when you go on the online etymology of economy, it goes into household management. All right, it goes into thrift. All right, if anybody know anything about thrift, like a thrift store or thrift shop, you know that everything is in there is sold for cheap, right? So when you think that you're getting something that's valuable, when you get into a house, all right, the value actually decrease of the house. All right, equity, they'll tell you the equity in the house supposed to gain up and build up, man, but that's not the case, especially with a lot of these houses being built in, I would say, urban areas, man. They got poor foundation. All right, the money load you have to put into the house, all right, versus, you know what I'm saying, the taxes on the house, the area that the house in, man. You'll understand that it'll cost you more to basically, it'll cost you more to actually buy a new house and live in it versus renting a house out, man. But
I was gonna say something to that. I think the word economy goes into the word keeper of house.
Yes, it goes into that too, but I wanted to show you in the online etymology. It says house, abode, dwelling. I know that. We know that. That wasn't the point. The point I wanted to bring out was that it says thrift.
Right.
It says thrift, man. Why right here in the economy it has thrift in there? That don't make sense, man. All right, so you got to get the understanding that, you know, a lot of these houses be ripoffs. Like if you was to buy a house in the area, and the house, you got the biggest house on the block with the most square feet, all right? You know what I'm saying? The most square feet, you would have to downgrade that house basically for the area cost, man. You see what I'm saying? In order to sell it, man. Go ahead.
Get some notes. Get the word mortgage in the etymology.
Mortgage?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I think let the brother roll with his precept, because I had one after him.
Wait.
I'm gonna add to real quick about what it was saying about how the average American's wages haven't risen, and also you've got a lot of Americans getting themselves into debt to be able to live a higher live at a higher level, a higher living standard.
Come on.
This is Habakkuk chapter 2 verse 6. Shall not these take up a parable against him, and a taunting proverb against him, and say, woe to him that increaseth that which is not his, how long? And to him that ladeth himself with thick clay. And when you go into that word for clay, it means pledges or debts. So you're seeing these people, the people all around the world, and especially these Americans, by making videos as we just watched, saying woe unto him, or doing that taunting proverb, because these American workers are in debt because they bought into that American dream. They thought that if they got a loan to go to college, or a loan from the bank to start a business, that it would build itself up. But they're finding it was a faulty venture. So now they're that much more in debt and can't pay back the interest to those loans, and they're drowning in it.
Right. You got that word up?
Yeah, well, it goes right into perfect of what you said, Miyaka. Now, what he just said, it's the same thing. This mortgage, all right, from the late 14th century, literally means dead pledge.
Dead pledge.
From Mart meaning dead, and engage meaning pledge, man.
Right.
So called because the deal dies when the debt is paid or when payment fails, man.
Hey, give me that scripture that says the borrower is subject to the lender. I'm gonna share something on the screen. Some I have as I want to go back and show brothers on the screen what these motherfuckers in the comment boards just saying on that same video, man.
That's in Deuteronomy. That's in Deuteronomy 28, huh?
I don't think so.
I got it.
If I could add to what you were saying real quick, Kayada, where you're saying about how a house in a particular neighborhood has to lower its value. Back in the 50s, there was something called, or in the 40s, I think the 40s and the 50s, called blockbusting, to where they would try to lower the prices of housings in a particular neighborhood by having like a black person or a black family stroll through the neighborhood, making it seem like they lived there and nobody wanted to live there. They could drop the prices and then do what they needed to do, buy up particular plots of land and then build it up and make money off of it.
Right. This is what I wanted to show right here. Showing you it's a hidden agenda with these elites, man. Now this is the same video. Now when you scroll down in these comments, it's two guys in this thing, man. Here go one. It says I checked Truwilla and Zillow.com on houses, and notice many houses prices being slashed in my area of Southern Cal by 5 to 30,000, man. So far, it is happening, you know. And when you go down here, it's another guy, man. This guy right here, someone better. My house will not sell in Southern Cal. I dropped it over 35K. And it still won't sell. You know, this is what's going on here, man. But they're not showing this on a major broadcast, man. They're rocking you to sleep with bullshit ass fake terrorism, NFL games, and MLB championship games, man.
Right.
This one I want to go into too, because I'm about to show you one of the people, man. This is Ecclesiastes 12:1. It says, "Remember now thy Creator in the days of thy youth, while the evil days come not, and the years draw near, when thou shalt say, I have no pleasure in them, while the sun or the moon, or the sun or the light, or the moon or the stars be not darkened, nor the clouds return from the rain." This is getting into the meat right here. It says, "In the day when the keepers of the house shall tremble, and the strong men shall bow themselves, and the grinders shall cease, because are few, and though they look out of the windows, be darkened." So I want to go into one of the key words is saying the keepers of the house, because people in America solely think that the president controls the economy, man. When they don't control a goddamn thing, man. I'm gonna show you who does that, man, because you don't follow the president, you follow the one who controls the money. Okay? That's who's running shit. Just like these bankers, they're running shit, man. Not no damn peasy ass peasant like Donald Trump, man, or any one of these mayors and senators in your city, man. This the guy that's running shit, or I don't want to say guy. Just, you know, it was Ben. I forgot his name, man. Get tongue tied.
Bernanke?
Yeah, Ben Bernanke, man. That's who it was. But this the person right here. Kaya, you can read that article too. I'll put it on the screen for brothers and can read along. You know.
I had that precept for you in Proverbs.
Yeah, give me that too.
This Proverbs 22, and before we go into this lady right here, really, I mean, you know, Lady Liberty, or whatever they want to uphold her as, but the rich rule it over this Proverbs 22:7, it says, the rich rule it over the poor, and the borrower is servant to the lender.
God.
That's how they got everybody in America in a trick bag with this system, man, this pit, you know. And ultimately, I'm gonna show you too. I'm gonna show you something in a minute. You know, when the brother finish reading this, I'm gonna show you something, man, about this American dollar that, you know, a lot of these boneheads out here don't know, man. But go into it.
If I could say real quick, there was a quote that a Rothschilds made saying, "I care not who runs the government, but just let me run the money."
Right, man, and they're running the money. You know, they running the money, man. And they got you goddamn, like they say, you Gorium out here. They got you running that rat race, man. Going to work, go to sleep. Going to work, go to sleep. You know, and you don't even see your money before you even touch your money. They're taking it out of your pockets, man. $200, $300, $400, man. You know. I'm gonna get into this real fast. You can say where it's from, the website, like that.
It's from the Washington Post, and it reads, "Democracy dies in darkness. Opinions: Who created today's strong economy? Janet Yellen," by Robert J. Samuelson, December 17th, 2017. All right. It says, and she's the Federal Reserve Chair, Janet Yellen. All right. She's in the Federal Reserve Chair. It says one of Washington's permanent parlor games is how much credit or blame a president deserves for the state of the economy. Inevitably, then the questions being asked now is whether Donald Trump or Barack Obama created today's strong economy. The correct answer is neither. To the extent that personal responsibility can be assigned, the worthy recipient is Janet Yellen.
Right.
In practice, presidents' influence over the economy is limited. If it were otherwise, we live in an economic paradise. Unemployment would always be low, wages would always rise, and recessions would never occur. No one has that kind of power. Presidents and their agencies can't govern the business cycle.
And finish it out with finish it out with that one right there. Well, I want you to go. I'm gonna tell you when to stop out.
All right. It says the obvious qualification to this reality is the Federal Reserve, the main bankers. By regulating the flow of money and credit, the Fed stimulates or retards the economy.
That's right.
Though not always in predictable ways. There are regular collisions between what the Fed can actually achieve and what the public thinks it should achieve. Yellen has led it since 2014, but will leave early next year and be replaced by Federal Governor Jerome Powell.
Right, man. I'm gonna read that next one.
Yeah. Under Yellen, that lady we seen, that fucking devil, the economy has made huge progress. Here's the record since she became Fed head in February 2014. Payroll employment has expanded by nearly 10 million jobs. The unemployment rate has dropped from 6.7% to 4.1%. Average hourly earnings, uncorrected for inflation, rose from $24.32 to $26.55. Corrected for inflation, the wage gain is about 4%. Not great, but not stagnation either. The pace, if maintained, would be roughly 10% over a decade.
Right. Right, man. So let me show this devil one more time, man. You know, and brothers can get in the house some more, man. This devil right here. She's running the show, man. And she worked for that that Federal Reserve, man. That foreign entity, man. That these copper tops don't even know about, man. Because we know, according to the scripture, what is real money, man. Real money is cattle, land, you know, different commodities, you know, grains, rice, stuff like that, man. These people think that a greenback, let me put it in too. I want to show this.
Tangible assets.
Right. I wanted to get this before we move on, man.
You want me to bring the precept out?
Yeah, somebody, y'all got a precept. Let me put this in.
This, I'll bring it out to show you that what's the real money, man. And, the real money is that which sustains you in life, man. All right, it ain't something promised to you, no credit or Federal Reserve note, man. You got to understand the things that keep you, keep you going in life, man. This Sirach 39 and 26. It says the principal things for the whole use of man's life are water, fire, iron, and soap, flour of wheat, honey, milk, and the blood of the grape, and oil and clothing, and not withholding the word of the Lord, man. All right, because this word is what really hold the men of the Lord up, man. All right, keep them sustained in life to where, and keep them grounded in life, man, to where they can live. Because this word gives you life, man, in its entirety. All right, but these are the principal things in life. All right, that what you need to keep going, man.
Right.
You got it out.
Yeah, I want to show something real fast. You see, this is the American dollar. One would say it's just a dollar. It's just an FRN note. But like we over here at GMS, with much study, we know this is just a death certificate, man. And on top of that, when you look at this dollar, I'm gonna zoom in. I bring this out all the time to brothers, man. I can't probably get in all the way how I want, but around this number one, that's a web, man. And that's what they catch these people with, that web. You saw these elites, these wicked elites catch these people because they think this is a value. This ain't shit, man. And it's coming to the time where you can basically wipe your ass with this dollar, man. This shit is a web, man. Ain't the scripture say Esau catch men like that? Paraphrasing. But I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go back to the scripture real fast and end it out, man, because that was just, this woman, Janet Yellen. She's one of the keepers of the house, man. She counts the money, not the president. That's who you follow, the one who counting the money and doing the money, man. So that's why brothers need to, and the ones who are there, watching, what I'm saying, watch the videos, is not in the camp like that. Stop paying attention to BET and goddamn NFL, man. Start going on NSBC, C-SPAN, things of that nature, man. Follow the one who controls the money, man. It'll tell you about the economy, man. It'll tell you about the economy. But this is
Hey, if I can insert, because the economy got everything to do with when shit hits the fan, man. Shit hits the fan is when the dollar crash and the economy falls, man. All right, that's when you're gonna be thrown back into the 1600s overnight. We're gonna be back into the Stone Age, man. When this system falls, this money system falls, man. So it's imperative to know what's going on. The $1 trillion debt America is in. When you go to get a bank loan, like for to get your house, man, them motherfuckers charging you 15% interest, and you gotta know that's against the scriptures, Because
we went into that word mortgage, man. The word mortgage means debt pledge. So they are never intended for you to pay this house off, man. Never.
Yeah.
On top of that, once you pay it off, you still gotta pay taxes on it. If you don't pay the taxes, they come and take it from you.
Take your house.
I've
seen it done. I've seen a unprofitable son inherit a home, a nigga, and his parents died. They left a very nice home down. This nigga ain't paid the taxes. Somebody got it dirt cheap and just went and paid what was on the taxes. Didn't have to buy a house or nothing. Just paid the taxes.
Called foreclosure.
The home becomes adjudicated property. Although that's wicked. You should not be able to do that to a man. Although that's wicked, but the home comes into adjudicated property because the taxes aren't paid, and anybody that could go pay the taxes, hey, it's their home, it's their house, and it's just your heritage is taken from you through what? Unrighteous decrees. The law permits them to do it. Squatting rights too, man. This society fucked up.
Right. I want to show a website. Brothers need to pay attention to this. I learned this It's about working in the oil and gas industry, man. This is the website right here. It's called oilprice.net. And we're here. You watch the crude oil, everything, man. And these are two motherfuckers right here you want to pay attention to, man. You see them skyrocket, you better know what time of day we living in, man. And these motherfuckers is gonna be $3,500 an ounce. You know what I'm saying? Up there, man. This is the end all be all. These two right here, man. And I know, and you can tell what's going on in the economy too with this crude oil, man. This shit supposed to be at 100 something, 150. Look where it's at. You know, the big market crash, or all business crash in Houston. This shit was at $30, man. Going to $25, man. That's why with big layoffs. This is a good website to measure the times, man. Brothers need to pay attention to that, man.
And this side note, you look at gold, the price of gold, like right now, while organ harvesting is, I don't want to get off topic, it's so fucking high, the melanin that our body produces is worth more than gold. We are literally the most highest jewels. The melanin that our bodies produce is worth more than gold in this society, more than ounces weighed in gold. That's why they love having us with the children of Israel, man. That's why they love having us in captivity, man. That was just a little side note. No matter how much the gold is, well, now it's gonna skyrocket up to like the brothers say, but right now melanin is worth more than gold.
Right. I wanted to finish the scriptures out. Like I said, I showed you who Janet Yellen was, man. But this is Ecclesiastes 12:3, and it says, "In the days when the keepers of the house, meaning the elite bankers, Janet Yellen, you know what I'm saying, she'll tremble." Why are they gonna tremble? Because this place is gonna go down. It's gonna crash, man. You know, and it says, "And the strong men shall bow themselves, and the grinders shall cease." Meaning there ain't gonna be no work out here, man. It's gonna be on an even playing field. All these higher up people that's got these big swanky jobs and shit, they ain't gonna have it in the upcoming days. It says, "The strong men shall bow themselves, and the grinders cease, because there is few, and though they look out of the windows, be darkened." And it says, "And the doors shall be shut in the streets," man. Oh, and that goes into too. There's gonna be a lot of foreclosed homes, man. A lot of vacant homes out here, man. It says, "When the sound of the grinding is low, he shall rise up at the voice of the bird, and the daughters of music shall be brought low." And we seeing that now, man. We, you know, this just down here this morning, man. A goddamn rapper out here got smoked, man. You know, and you know these rappers been having a bad year. The Most High been giving them the blues, man. But that's all. That's here nor there. You know what I'm saying? But somebody get Zephaniah 1, start at 10. Y'all roll.
I wanted to bring something up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, this alluding to what back to what Kawhi was saying, man. This Micah 2:2. It says, "And they cover fields and take them by violence, and houses and take them away. So they oppress a man in his house, even a man in his heritage," man. You know, the things that these devils have done, you know, over the, well, I would say over the hundreds of years, man, since they've been in rulership, man. You know, it have been adverse to the Lord, man. Even that's a law, that thou shalt cover thy neighbor's oxen, nothing that belongs to another man, man. All right. But along with that, they have removed landmarks, houses of the age of the old, of the ancient, man. These people have done that which is abhorrent to the Lord's spirit, man. You got it, out.
All right. Somebody get that Zephaniah 1 and 10.
I'm there right now. This is Zephaniah 1 and 10. "And it shall come to pass in that day, saith Yahweh, that there shall be the noise of a cry from the fish gate, and a howling from the second, and a great crashing from the hills."
Right. Let me get it real fast. Let me go back, man. Hold on. Read that one more time.
Con. Zephaniah 1 and 10. And it shall come to pass in that day, saith Yahweh, that there shall be the noise of a cry from the fish gate, and a howling from the second, and a great crashing from the hills.
And I bring this out all the time, man. Crashing of the hills is this right here. I'm putting it in so brothers can see. Show you how the Lord is beautiful, man. One more time, Mike.
And it shall come to pass in that day, saith Yahweh, that there shall be the noise of a cry from the fish gate, and a howling from the second, and a great crashing from the hills.
Right, and the crashing of the hills, I'm hope it come up on screen. Yeah, when you look at your Dow Jones and your S&P, when you look at these diagrams, what they look like? They look like hills, man. Look at that. They look like hills. And it says it's gonna be a crashing of the hills, man. Something like this. It's gonna be a crashing of the hills. They look like hills, man, mountains. But this economy gonna crash, man. And somebody give me that word right there called Mactesh.
You want me to read verse 11?
Yeah.
Verse 11. How you inhabitants of Mactesh, for all the merchant people are cut down.
Yeah, Mactesh. Mactesh represents like Wall Street today, man. So that's where all the merchant men that buy and sell the stock, man. On this systems, this formula, this beast system, man. Go ahead,
Doc. How ye inhabitants of Mactesh, for all the merchant people are cut down, all they that bear silver are cut off.
Yeah, all they that basically bear money gonna be cut off, man.
I got you a precept, Doc.
Bring it out.
I got that Mactesh for you too.
Bring out that Mactesh first.
All right. Mactesh. It says a strong H4389. It says a mortar or deep hollow.
And what else?
It says a mortar or deep hollow, a hollow or valley, evidently in the greater Jerusalem area. It says a mortar. Socket hollow, please. Hollow place mortar. You just say hollow place or mortar.
Yeah, it's supposed to go into market. You
know? Go into what?
It's supposed to go into like market. Market, like.
Mactesh. All right.
If I can.
Fishgate. We probably going to Fishgate. Might go into market.
No, it's supposed to be that word. I'm trying to find. All
right.
Yeah, it's supposed to go into the word market. Cause even in my scripts, one of the underlining words for it over here on the little diagram of my scripture, it goes into the word market too. You know, that was supposed to be the etymology of it. Supposed to be market. And like I say, going into the day's time, one of the major markets of Babylon is Wall Street, man.
Yeah.
You know, but go with your precept out.
All right, this is 2 Peter chapter 3 verse 10. But the day of Yahweh will come as a thief in the night, in which the heavens shall pass away with the great noise, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat. The earth and the works therein shall be burnt up. And the works therein is this banking system, this beast system that's in play that we're talking about right now. And this beast system that is in play has the whole world in gross darkness, man. All right. The works therein, the way you do banking, the way you do business and commerce, is going to be done away with, man, because it's really hellish. You're not supposed to charge people entrance. All right. You're not supposed to be able to take a person's home if they don't have the money to pay their taxes. All right. And then the way this place taxes people is ridiculous, man. Okay. So it's all satanic, man. And it's all about hoarding up money to be to deem if you're blessed of the Lord. That's another thing this devil pushes. It makes people thirst after the money and chase the almighty dollar more than chasing Yahweh by Shem Shai, man. And money becomes your God, your power.
Right.
That's why the Most High is going to do away with it. I got another precept right there to go hand in hand.
Well, I think I'm right at Kaya Isaiah 32 in a minute. Next after the brother.
All right, I got you.
All right.
You want it right now?
No, I'm bring out his precept.
I'm gonna bring out 1 Timothy 6:4. Then it reads, "He is proud, knowing nothing, but doting about questions and strifes of words, whereof come envy, strife, railings, and evil summerings." This is this so-called white man. You can liken it to him. Perverse disputing of men of corrupt minds and destitute of the truth. All right, anti-Mashiach, supposing that gain is godliness. All right, and that's what this money system is about, man. People hoarding up money, talking about saving all their money in the bank, hoarding it up. And in our day and time, with this devil's philosophy, he say, "Oh, you're blessed of the Lord if all your needs are met and you have a lot of money." All right, and this money is wicked in this society, man. And, when we was in our nation, we didn't. We thanked the Father when He blessed our increase of our crop, which was money, and He increased us in gold. We thank Yahweh Shem Shai, man. Okay. We wasn't worshiping the almighty dollar, man. All right. From self withdraw thyself, but godliness with contentment is great gain. All right. Not depending on this money system, but depending on Yahweh Shem Shai, man. For we bought nothing in this world, and it's certain we can carry nothing out. And having food and raiment, let us therefore be content. But they which would be rich fall in temptation and a snare, and to many foolish and hurtful lusts, withdrawn men in destruction and perdition. So those people that are chasing money, one day they're going to wake up like in the 1930s. They're going to have a lot of money in their bank, and guess what? They're going to wake up and they're going to be broke. All right? And they're going to be living off the grid, and they're going to die, man. That's going to be their judgment. For the love of money is the root of evil. This so-called white man, he's all about money. He's all about pushing out that vibration, man. All right? And it's the root of all evil. This beast system, this banking system is wickedness, man. And our people are engrafted in it. Like the brother say, we're entangled in that spider web, man. Our people as a whole, I might say. You got it, Doc.
Yeah, even the American people, man. You ready for that that scripture out?
Come on.
Yeah, go ahead. Start at 5. We're gonna get some words in here, man. It's gonna go into Esau, his system, and how he is, man. Go ahead, Doc.
This is Isaiah 32:5. It says, "The vile person shall be no more called liberal, nor the cruel shall be bountiful."
Right. So I want you to get that word vile person, because it goes to a Hebrew word called nabat.
Nabat.
It means foolish, man. And that's Esau. And I want you to get the word
Naval.
It says foolish, senseless, a fool.
Yeah, and that's Esau, man. For setting up this system the way he done, man. Now get go ahead.
The Strong's definition says, it says from stupid, wicked, especially impotent, impious.
That's him, man.
Hey, and what I just brought out in 1 Timothy 6:4, perverse disputed of men of corrupt minds and destitute of the truth.
That's him, man. That's Esau all day, man.
The scriptures say he's proud, knowing nothing. Stupid.
That's right, man. So it's a foolish person, man, which is Esau. And I want you to get the next word to get is the word troll. Let's go into the word troll. I'm gonna hold off a minute. Wait up.
3596. Kilai.
It says a
second entry. Kilai.
It says a scoundrel, naive.
Now go down to the Strong definition.
It says, in the sense of withholding, it says niggerly.
Yeah, so it's a real nigger, man. He's a real nigger.
Nigger.
Now go down to the lexicon.
It says
it's fraudulent.
It says the form. Okay. I got. It says this fraudulent, deceitful, crafty.
Right. So that's how the system he sets up. It's fraudulent, man. With this housing market, this dollar.
Hey, Salakia, for some reason, bro, my phone won't let me stay on. It won't charge while I'm on Google Hangouts for some reason. My shit about to go dead. Salakia, bro. It's on 1% and it keeps saying it is hot or something. It's unable to charge. I'm about to have to fall back, bro.
All right.
Shalom.
Shalom, Mark.
Shalom, Mark. You know about Shimon Shabbat.
That was a Shabbat. Shalom, Mark. Yeah, but yeah, he's a niggard, man. He's a charred person, man. He says he's withholding. He's very stingy, man. This devil is stingy as hell, man. He's not gonna let you grow no true wealth in this society, man.
You gotta have a permit for everything.
That's right, man. That's why I said he's withholding. He's niggard, fraudulent, man, deceitful, crafty, man. You know. Now go back to the scripture and read.
It says this 6. It says, for the vile person will speak violently. I mean, valiantly. Go ahead.
So that same foolish person, which is Esau, will speak valiantly. Go ahead.
And his heart will work iniquity to practice hypocrisy and to utter error against the Lord.
Yeah, he's gonna speak. He's gonna work iniquity. He's gonna practice hypocrisy, man. And that's what these laws and these different bills he set up, man. Practice hypocrisy, man. Go ahead.
It says, and to utter error against the Lord, to make empty the soul of the hungry, and he caused the drink of the thirsty to fail.
Right, man. And how he does that through this the way you get jobs and shit. You take money before you can even pay for goods for your house, for the groceries, and take care of your kids. He already took money out the whole check. You know, he already taxing you when you go down to the store, man. And some taxes, like I guess down here in Louisiana, taxes like 10%, man. Some other states is like 8%, some shit like that. But this devil, he had built this on a falsehood, man. This whole system. Keep going out.
If I could say, even according to the law, a man's supposed to get paid on the same day he works. You're not supposed to be waiting 2 weeks to get your paycheck.
That's right, man. Got you waiting all fucking day for a paycheck. It basically is an IOU, man. Now you can sit there and you ain't got good work that day, but it's an IOU he give you, man. You better hope to get that, because he'll foreclose on the company, lay everybody off, and go somewhere else, man. Tell you fuck you. You know, set up under another name, man. This is the devil, man. Go ahead, keep going.
It says the instruments of the curl are evil.
Yeah, the instruments of this niggard, man, or this fraudulent person are evil, man. And I want you to hold that word instruments too. But finish it out real fast.
He devising wicked devices to destroy the poor with lying words, even when the needy speak it right.
So the two main words in that verse is instruments and devices, man. So I want you to get the word instruments out.
His instruments.
Strong's H3627. Kelly.
It says an article, vessel, implement, utensil, article, object, utensil, implement, apparatus. It says equipment, a yoke, vessel, receptacle, vessel, bolts of paper or reed. Want me to read the strong definition?
Yeah.
It says something from something prepared.
That's a key thing. Something prepared. So this system that we go by in America, as far as the economy, as far as this housing market, everything is already prepared for you, man. And it's prepared for you to fail. It's deceitful. Go ahead.
I.e., any apparatus as an implement, utensil, dress, vessel, or weapon.
That's right.
Armor bearer. Artillery, bag, carriage, furniture, instrument, jewel that is made of. One from another that which pertain a pot, psaltery, sack, stuff, thing, tool, vessel, ware, weapon, whatsoever.
So a tool, a weapon, man. So this system or this instrument is used as a weapon against you, man. And in order to have a weapon and to use it, you got to have the power, man. We don't have the power. You know, niggas can set up gangs and that nature, but they don't have no power behind it, man. This so-called white man has the power. and one of the instruments that this devil used is the chip, religion as an instrument, man. Okay, he uses what we know as the Patriot Act, FEMA. Okay, now I brought out religion, man. When you have religion, you have false doctrine as a device behind it. And now people love to have it so they eat that shit up, man. And I want you to get that word devices too. I think it's I want you gotta put it in.
I got it right here.
Not that word, it's another device. You gotta go to H2161.
H2161?
Right. And that damn dollar is a device too, man. To fool you.
I got it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Strong's H2161. Zamam.
It says to have a thought, device, plan, consider, a purpose.
Yeah, it's planned. The devices this devil is planned out, man. It's already. That's why we always say, even going into the president, man, you can. You know, people think they actually choose the president. You can choose a president, but you don't select a president. It's already planned out for you already, man. It's already prepared for you. You know, that's just a device of the wicked. These people think they out here choosing the president, choosing this and that one in the office. It's already the elite bankers already have it already chosen for you, man. They gonna think for you. They're gonna give you the money. They're gonna give you the laws they want you to have. They're gonna give you the president they want you to have. And like I say, you better shut your damn up. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead,
It says to consider, fix thought upon, to purpose, devise, to plot of evil intent.
There you go. A plot of evil intent. That's the devices of the wicked, man. Go down to the strong definition. It goes into the same thing almost.
Yeah, going to the same thing. You want me to still get it?
Yeah.
Salaki, you that one wicked devices in was even Salaki. It came off. What it was? HR. Yeah, it's strong definition. It says to plan, usually in a bad sense.
Yeah, usually in a bad sense, man. Go ahead.
Consider, device, imagine, plot, purpose, and think evil.
Right, man. That's this devil. He has used this system as a plot to really tear down and destroy the people, man. Whether it be GMO foods, whether it be the chemtrails that fly over you, man. This system, this beast system, is set up to ultimately destroy you from top to bottom, man. You're a wedge between what they say, a rock and a hard place, man. This devil got, like I said, our people don't have power to use what I want to say, to basically use as a power against people, man. I don't have the power right now. This devil has the power to use his different laws, his different devices as a weapon against people. Y'all brother had a precept?
Yeah, I got something. I can get it out.
You had something, Roger?
Oh no.
Yeah, this Proverbs 21 and 31 to go to show you to either letting more that not only did they have that plan, but they was given that plan by the hand of the Lord. All right. So ultimately, this the Most High coming down, man. You know. So whether you be in a trick, the devil is in a trick bag of the Lord. This Proverbs 21 and 31. It says the horse is prepared against the day of battle. All right, but safety is of the Lord. So that horse, just like you read about in Revelation, that red horse, that pale horse, all right, that was power being given unto this devil man to work out that plan or that device or that mischievous deed. All right, because that's all it is a
I got one for you.
It's heinous crimes that they commit, man. Idolatry, lasciviousness, you name it, man. That's what they do, man. They got a mischievous purpose put up on the planet Earth, man. And they here for that day of battle. Go ahead, you got it out.
Yeah, I want to back up. This is Ecclesiastes 10 and 6. It says, folly is set in great dignity.
That's right.
Sit in low places, and I have seen servants upon horses, meaning power, man.
Yep.
Princes walking as servants upon the earth. So this devil, which he's supposed to be our servant, he's in power right now, man. You know? He has the horn right now, because a horn represents power too. When you have like a rhino, his power comes from what? The horn that's on his head, man. So this devil is actually in power, man.
Yeah, he lofty, man. He lofty, man. When you go into that word dignity, it tell you that, man. The proudly of nobles. The proud of nobles, man. The height, the elevation, man. You know what I'm saying?
I had
far above haughtiness, man. High, lofty, upward. You got it out.
This is Isaiah 10 and 1. It says, woe unto them that decree unrighteous decree, and that right grievousness which they have prescribed. And that show you he has the instrument or the tool to prescribe unrighteous decrees, man. Our people not signing laws into the House, into the Congress, and setting up different bills and executive orders. This so-called devil is, this so-called white man is, man. And he's doing it with a wicked smile on his face, man. He's destroying the people, mainly the Israelites, man, the poor. And when you add that into the poor, the elect is really the poor, man. He's destroying the elect, man. Okay. I had that one. I think Roddy, you was holding that you can get that Revelations 18 and 1 too out. Look right now, you know, guys all sick, you're blowing out cold, you know, all type of shit out your nose, man. This devil is doing a number on the people, man. That's why the scripture said he should wear out the saints of the Most High, man.
That's right.
And if I could
start at 1 too, 18 and 1 when you get a chance. What you about to say though?
I was just gonna add this real quick. This is James chapter 5 verse 4. Behold, the hire of the laborers who have reaped down your fields, which is of you kept back by fraud, crieth. And that's what we're doing right now. The poor, we're crying to Yahweh Ba'ashim Yahushai. And as it says, and the cries of them which have reaped are entered into the ears of the Lord, the Sabaoth. And Yahweh Ba'ashim Yahushai is hearing our cries. That's why you're seeing him making these moves and starting to take down Esau's rulership.
Right.
But I'm at that Revelation chapter 18. I'll read verse 1. And after these things I saw another angel come down from heaven, having great power, and the earth was lightened with his glory. And he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the Great is fallen, and has become the habitation of devils, and the hold of every foul spirit, and a cage of every unclean and hateful bird.
Right, man. And that's what's going to happen to America. This is going, you know, it's got foul spirits in here now, but it's really gonna come to a place of a habitation of birds and all type of wild creatures, man. When it gets destroyed, man. Go ahead.
Verse 3. For all nations have drunk of the wine of the wrath of her fornication, and the kings of the earth have committed fornication with her.
Yeah, all the nations of the earth, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, China, North Korea, South Korea, they all have tasted the wine of this whore, man. Basically, the different doctrines and false doctrines the devil have come with, man. Democracy, things of that nature, man. And they pretty much, have been in the bed with this bitch, man. Go ahead,
And the merchants of the earth are waxed rich through the abundance of her delicacies.
That's right.
Keep going?
Yeah, keep going, Out.
And I heard another voice from heaven saying, Come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins, and that ye receive not of her plagues.
That's right. Keep going.
For her sins have reached unto heaven, and the Most High hath remembered her iniquities. Reward her even as she rewarded you, and double unto her, double according to her works, in the cup which she hath filled, in the cup which she hath filled, fill to her double.
Right, that's the time we're getting around to. Well, this bitch is about to get a double dose of destruction, man. This devil has systematically set up this America as a pit, man. Systematically, man. I mean, just totally had gave people false hope. That's why I say American dream. It's just a dream, man. And ultimately, we always say it's gonna turn into a nightmare very shortly, man. For a lot of people that put their hope and prayers in this place, man. Go ahead a little more. Find the scripture real fast.
Verse 7. How much she hath glorified herself and lived deliciously. So much torment and sorrow give her. For she saith in her heart, I sit a queen, and am no widow, and shall see no sorrow.
Right, so basically nobody's gonna destroy me, man. Nobody's gonna take me down. I'm gonna sit on the top forever, man. And it's not so. Go ahead, Out.
Verse 8. Therefore shall her plagues come in one day, death and mourning and famine, and she shall be utterly burned with fire, for strong is the Lord Yahweh who judgeth her.
Right. And the nation's gonna, that's what the scriptures say, they're gonna start hating the whore, man. And burn her with fire. And this place is ultimately gonna be destroyed by the nations that she had in her back pocket, man. The EU, NATO. They're gonna burn this place, man. Because they're gonna find out that same system of this beast that we talked about have pretty much was all rigged. It was all this is the illusion, man. It have basically broke them down to their knees, man. And they're gonna be mad. They're gonna burn this whore, man. That was probably it on that. If your brother had anything else,
I got something. This Proverbs 22:16. It says, "He that oppresseth the poor to increase his riches, and he that giveth to the rich shall surely come to want." Because when you read in Jeremiah 3:23, man, that the hills, matter of fact, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna pull it out to go with it. Because these people, surely as they gonna come now, salvation is not for them, man, and it's for us. It's gonna come now, man. That haughty look, that high look, that they sit above all the nation, the whole that's sitting on many waters, the Father gonna bring them down. This Jeremiah 3:23 says, "Truly in vain is salvation hope for from the hills and from the multitude of mountains," man. All right, because they think they think their houses and shit gonna last forever, man. All right, they said it as a woman that shall not know widowhood, man. Pursuing Isaiah 47. You got it out?
Read it one more time.
It says, "Truly in vain," Jeremiah 3:23, "is salvation hope for from the hills and from the multitude of mountains."
I wanted to get, when they're talking about the hills and the mountains represent governments, man.
That's right.
These elites, when you look at a mountain, most time when you see pictures of mountains, you go to the Colorados, you see mountains. It's a mountain, and also it's called a summit, man. The top of a mountain is represented as a summit, so that's where the elites rule from, man. They rule from the tops of the mountains. But it says, truly in vain is salvation hope from the hills and from the multitude of mountains, man. Truly the Lord, our power, is the salvation of Israel, because salvation only coming to Israel, man. The elect of Israel. It ain't coming to you other nations. It's not coming to you, you Moabites, you Moabites, you Amorites, you Ishmaelites, man. You Edomites. It's not coming to you, man. That's why you mad. You know.
I got something to prove that too. Real quick. You got something else?
Yeah, go ahead, bring it up.
This Psalms 3:8. It says, "Salvation belongeth unto the Lord. Thy blessing is upon thy people," man.
I got a good one. This is Psalms 119 and 155. Salvation is far from the wicked, but they seek not the statutes, man.
That's right. Cool. That's right.
Yeah, salvation is far from the wicked, man. You think the Lord gonna give you a double dose of the kingdom? You had set your kingdom upon sex, money, drugs, wickedness, falsehood. And he gonna give you the kingdom too, man. You really smoking dope, man. These devils really got some nerve to really believe that they're gonna rule over here and rule in the kingdom, man.
Yeah, they do. That's why it says salvation. Damn, bro.
Yeah, man. You devils got some nerve, man. You got some Roger?
Oh no.
I had one more. I try to find it. Unless you want to bring it out, we could bring it out.
Let me see some.
Hold on. I got one. I just won't get it because it goes right with that.
Nah, man. Yeah, these devils got some nerve, man. You didn't set up America. Babylon the Great. You have ruled in all wickedness, man. Give me Lamentations 4. Four and I believe that's
and 5. Well, I mean 22.
21.
21. This is Lamentations 4 and 21. Rejoice and be glad, O daughter of Edom, that dwellest in the land of Uz. The cup also shall pass through unto thee.
Right. That cup is the cup of slavery, man. And the Lord telling you, man, to you Edomites out there, man, you true Hebrew Edomites, man, rejoice and be glad. O daughter of Edom, man, have you a merry good time right now, man. Enjoy yourself. Continue going to the fatness of the earth. Go on cruises. Do you have a drug party? Snort you some coke, pop pills, hand glide. Do all that shit, man. Have you a merry good time, because what's waiting on you is utter slavery, man. Under the nation of Israel, man. Have you at the best time of your life. Have you a blast, man. Go ahead, Doc.
Thou shalt be drunken, and thou shalt make thyself naked.
Right, man. When that cup is passing you, you're gonna be drunken and naked with it, man. You're gonna really be exposed, man. When we get you in slavery, man, you can sit up there and laugh and chuckle and think it's a game that a nation of people could never go into slavery, man. Our people thought that at one time. Our people thought they was doing nothing but wickedness, and nothing was gonna happen to them, man. Like the Most High wasn't gonna come down on them. He did, man. The Lord put a whole nation of people in servitude multiple times, us as a people, under our enemies, man. So I want you to say it can't happen to you. I want you to say that that a nation of people can't be in slavery, man. That the Lord can't bring a nation down. We're not running around here in Roman togas no more. Which you still are the Roman Empire, the Greco-Roman Empire. The Babylonians ain't running around no more. The Persians ain't running around in great rulership. The Babylonians, and they always an example. You know, that's why you represent the toes, man, of the Nebuchadnezzar statue, man. You're gonna be brought low and broken, man, through your Yahweh by Shem Yahushai, man. Okay, go ahead.
Keep going.
Yeah, read that one, that 22.
Khan, I got a precept after that. This is verse 22. The punishment of thine iniquity is accomplished, O daughter of Zion. He will no more carry thee away into captivity.
Right, so we ain't going to slavery no more, man. That's what it's saying. Read that part again.
Khan, the punishment of thine iniquity is accomplished, O daughter of Zion. He will no more.
The punishment of our iniquity is accomplished, man. Meaning slavery is ultimately over for us. That's why the Lord got his prophets on the highways and byways, man. And we're spiritually building this house, the spiritual house of David, man. Brick by brick, stone by stone, pillar by pillar. You know? It's over for us, man. As going, physically going into slavery under our enemies, man. Now we're going to have you in slavery, man. Go ahead, Al.
He will no more carry thee away into captivity. He will visit thine iniquity, O daughter of Edom. He will discover thy sins.
Right. And how your sins have been discovered now? Through the mouth of the prophets, man. The Lord had the prophets on the highways and byways, elder apostles, exposing you, man. They're exposing you for the devil that you are, man. You setting up all these different shootings with these goddamn gutter rats out here as anti-Semitic speeches and shit, hate crimes and shit, man. That's all that come against us, man. We know it. You know? That's why this place is on the way out, man. And the ones who need to be getting their asses right, man, you better get right, man. We ain't got too long in this place, man. That's why it says a day to the Lord is as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is as one day. You know? So to us, it's seeming like a long time, but the Lord is going to let this place go like this, man. Like that. What's your boy named Thanos? If I'm saying his name right? With a snap of the finger, man, it's going to be gone. You know? Yeah, you said you had something right before we ended.
Khan, this is just to land back off of what you just said about pretty much this kingdom going down, and also to the Jakes out there that can understand this word, that they need to hearken unto Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushai, and they're going to drink a part of that, they're going to drink also that cup of judgment by those nuclear missiles that these other heathens are. This is Isaiah 31:3. Now the Egyptians are men and not the Most High, and their horses flesh and not spirit. When Yahweh shall stretch out his hand, both he that helpeth shall fall, and he that is hoping shall fall down, and they shall all fail together.
That's right, man. I had one. This is Psalms 75:7. It says, but Yahweh is the judge. He set it down one and set it up another. He's going to set you Edomites down, clean on your red ashes, man, and set us up in the power forever. Like the scripture said, forever, even forever, man. Verse 8 says, for in the hand of the Lord there is a cup, and the wine is red, and it's full of mixture. He poured out of the same, but the dregs thereof, all the wicked of the earth shall wing them out and drink them, man. So, we know, brothers that went out there and drunk, and let the drink sit up there for a while, and the dreads, you sit at the bottom of that cup, you drink that shit, man, you be whop, man. That's what we said out here. We say whop. You be all over the place, drunk out of your goddamn mind. So that's what you're going to be drunk with, man. With slavery, man. You're going to get the lynchings, the burnings. You're going to do the same thing you done to us, man, double, man.
Hey, I got a precept.
Thus said the Lord, man. But thus said the Lord, okay? Go ahead,
I got another real quick. This is Psalms 137. I'm going to start at verse 7. Remember, O Yahweh, the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof. O daughter of Babylon, who art to be destroyed, happy shall he be that rewardeth thee as thou hast served us. Happy shall he be that taketh and dasheth thy little ones against the stones.
That's right, man. That's possibly going to be a holiday in the kingdom, man. You know, as you say, a high holiday, man. getting you devils, man. You devils got a lot coming to you, man.
And it said, happy shall he be that rewardeth thee as thou hast served us. So we're going to have a spirit on us to just be in great mirth once we put that work to you, Edomites, and you other heathen nations.
That's right, man. Hey, you gonna love that Sabbath, man. Just like it's a Sabbath tonight, you know, you gonna love that Sabbath, man. We're gonna. Hey, the new. You know how the NFL got that sign, or they got I guess with Jerry West as the NBA sign. You gonna have Hebrews with that whip sign like this, man. On the Sabbath, waiting for your ass, man. Soon as that sun go down, man. Wow, on your ass we go, man. You're gonna be on your ass, man, like white on rice. You know? But it was a beautiful lesson, man. We got into many other things for this system, and we just touched the iceberg of it, man. You know, I know brothers have to go to work. You know, we could have kept going on through the spirit, man, but it was good, you know, getting on this devil, getting on this system and showing you who some of the people that's behind this system as far as who's ultimately really controlling it, man. We know the elites are, but they have other people that's on the lower level too that's running things, man. Not no president, man. You know, that's really calling and commanding things, man, and really defrauding the people across the board. But we hope that was a good lesson, man, and edifying to you brothers and sisters out there, man. As always, gonna give all praise to Yahweh. Double honor to the elder apostle GMS. Peace and blessings and salutations, man, to the hopeful elect out there, man. Until next time, Shalom.
Shalom. Oh, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
God.
Shalom. First and foremost, all praises, honor, and glory to Yahweh, Bahasham, Yahweh Shai, Bahasham, Racha, Kodash. Yahweh is named Heavenly Father. Yahweh Shai is the Son. Bahasham is in the name, and Racha, Kodash, Holy Spirit, literally translated Spirit Holy. And that's how we're able to teach this truth, preach it, live it. That gift of the Holy Spirit mixed with faith given to us from Yahweh via His Son, Yahweh Shai. Okay, which those are the true names of the Heavenly Father and the Messiah. Yahweh being the Father, Yahweh Shai is the Son. Okay, double honors to the apostles, the leaders of Israel, man. The apostles of Great Millstone. All right, salutations to you brothers teaching this thing in sincerity and truth, with charity. And just gonna be, a quick little lesson through the Spirit. Just and you gotta know your enemy, man. You gotta know who your enemy is, so you can know how to combat him. Because, believe it or not, as Israelites, we have an enemy that's trying to destroy us off the face of the earth. So how can you not talk about him? How can you not expose him? That's the battle we in, How can you know not to trust your enemy if you don't know what your enemy is? How can you defend yourself with the enemy as cunning as this devil, man, without exposing his works? Okay? You got to know how to fight against your enemy, okay? This is Judges 2:1. And an angel of Yahweh came up from Gilgal to Bochim and said, I made you to go up out of Egypt. Salakia. This Judges 3:1. Salakia. Now these are the nations which Yahweh left to prove Israel by them, even as many of Israel as had not known all the wars of Canaan. So the generation after, Joshua, after Joshua and the elders passed, they didn't know, they didn't experience the wars, They wasn't in that war. They didn't go through those times. So they would have been more relaxed if the Lord did not do this. Make them know about their enemy. Teach them about fighting against their enemy. Being on alert against their enemy. Okay? How to combat them. Now these are the nations which Yahweh left to prove Israel by them, even as many of Israel had not known all the wars of Canaan. Only that the generations of the children of Israel might know to teach them war, at the least such as before do nothing thereof. So they didn't know to be ready to fight against these Hamites, man. They had to be taught that. They had to learn it and see it. And to be honest, that's why Esau Edom is showing his horns right now. So we can say, look, this guy's the devil. This guy's against us. Don't you see what he's doing? That's the Lord did right here. He had these Hamites come up against the children of Israel to show them, like, look, for one, y'all need to be prepared to be able to fight against them. These are your enemies. Don't learn their ways, man. They're not for us. Don't learn their ways. You know, it said it was to prove Israel, so we're not supposed to follow their ways. Same thing here in this place, man. We can't trust our enemy. We can't learn his ways. He's clearly showing, the Lord clearly has Esau showing his horns. You know, these cops shooting down niggas left and right for no reason. You know, these barbecue Becky and apartment Patties. This shit, all this type of stuff happening. And not to mention, just look at the track record of the so-called white man who was the nation of Esau Edom according to the Bible, the wicked, according to the Bible, the devil, according to the Bible, the old serpent, according to the Bible. Look at what he's been doing to us. Look how we got over here. Look at the covert shit he's been doing to us. All right? The Tuskegee Airmen shit he's been doing to us. Like, come on. Okay? He's showing us that he's the devil. All right? So hearken unto Yahweh Shem Yahushai, man, and fucking get right, man. Learn out the way of the heathen. All right? Don't trust in this enemy. This is Sirach 12. Never trust thy enemy, for like as iron rusted, so is his wickedness. Though he humble himself and go crouching, yet take good heed and beware of him. So never trust your enemy, man. And the Lord wants us to know that. Can you not see the works of this so-called white man? All right, this Caucasian, all right, him that dwelleth in the clefts of the rock, Edom, you know, because he come from the Caucasus Mountains. And that's what the prophecies say he will come out of to rule. And thou shalt be unto him as if thou hast wiped the looking glass, and thou shalt know that his rust have not been altogether wiped away. Set him not by thee, lest when he have overthrown thee, he stand up in thy place. Neither let him sit at thy right hand, lest he seek to take thy seat. And thou at the last remember my words and be pricked therewith. So look, you got to know that this guy's the devil. Don't try to be at peace with him. Don't seek his peace. Remove yourself from him, man. I believe shit. I can't think of how it's worded. Right, this is Sirach 6 and 13. Separate thyself from thy enemies and take heed of thy friends. So we gotta make it known that this so-called white man, the devil, is our enemy, and the Lord is showing that. You know, his prophets been out here prophesying and sin, and the Lord is having Esau show his horn so we can teach. All right, teach to our people. Look, this guy's the devil. Y'all don't remember the shit he's been through, man. You forgotten what he's been putting us through? Just like in Judges, man. So we can war against them. And not carnally, but spiritually. Because it says the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but spiritual. In fact, let me get that. That's what we're doing. This 2 Corinthians 10 and 3. For though we walk in the flesh, we do not war after the flesh. For the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, but mighty through Yahweh to the pulling down of strongholds. So that's what we do, man. We got to take down these lies that the so-called white man, this devil, has set up to oppress us. Yes, teaching us that we're African Americans is a thing. That's a weapon. That's destruction unto us, man. teaching atheism, teaching all this madness, just everything contrary to the Lord. That's part of the warfare, man. All right? And it's our job to take those things down. This Psalm 64:1. To the chief musician, the Psalm of David. Hear my voice, O Most High, in my prayer. Preserve my life from the fear of the enemy. Hide me from the secret counsel of the wicked, from the insurrection of the workers of iniquity. All right, so Esau Edom isn't just killing us with the sword physically. He's also did a great diligent search, all right, of iniquity to just keep us fucking up, man, with the Lord. Revelation says that he's the accuser of our brethren. He knows that if we sin against our power, that keeps us in this fucked up state, you know, because the Lord would have to keep punishing us. He set up a system that's completely against us, all right, unrighteous decrees. He's doing a lot of things covertly, man, you know, under the table, you know. And he'll play it like he's a sweet friend, you know. He crouch, talk about equality when it's clearly none. And the only way to know that is if the men of the Lord teach this, you know. This is Psalm 64:3. Who whet their tongue like a sword and bend their bows to shoot their arrows, even bitter words. All right? They created a whole system that's against us, and they created an entire system against us to oppress us. They locked Jake up, and ultimately they want us to just be forgotten of by the Lord. All right? What is it? I believe it was Jeremiah 50 or Jeremiah 51. It says that they who hands we're in, basically our slave owners will say they did no wrong because we sinned against the Lord. So they know how this works. They've done great diligence to fuck us up on every angle, physically, spiritually, and mentally, man. Okay? So this is Daniel 7:25. And he shall speak great words against the Most High. So he teaches everything contrary to the Lord. Why? And shall wear out the saints of the Most High, to oppress us, to wear us out, man, to beat us down. So these things has to be exposed. This devil and his wickedness has to be exposed. All right. The shadows was his strength. Secrecy was his strength. He shall speak great words against the Most High, and shall wear out the saints of the Most High, and think to change times and laws, and they shall be given into his hand until a time and times and the dividing of time. So let's get out this phrase, wear out, you know. Salakia. So let me get this phrase for wear out. Bala'a. It says in the root word etymology, it says use only in a mental sense. So a lot of this was to just oppress us, man. All right, to wear away, wear out, to harass constantly. Corresponding to H1086, but used only in a mental sense, to afflict, wear out. So they set this whole system up to afflict us mentally, man. To fuck with to separate us from our power. All right, and we have to expose him for these things, man. That's the warfare. We gotta know our enemy. We gotta know the war. We gotta know how to combat and fight our enemy, man. And that's being in a spiritual battle. Okay. This is Wisdom of Solomon 14:22. Moreover, this was not enough for them, that they erred in the knowledge of the Most High, but whereas they lived in the great war of ignorance, those so great plagues they called peace. So that's the war, man. It's a war of ignorance. And it said they called the plagues peace. See, our people don't know that they're not supposed to live like they live, man. They're not supposed to follow this devil and these heathens and their customs, man. So they call it peace to be able to get their zen with their leans, their blunts, to commit adultery and whoredoms and everything else they do, man. They think they're free. They think this is they're having a good time. You know? That's because they don't know. They're losing in the war of ignorance. They don't know the enemy. They don't know his tactics. They don't know what's going on. So this devil must be exposed. This is 2 Thessalonians 2 and 3. Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come, except there come a falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition. So the falling away had to happen first. That happened. We forgot who we were. You know, Jeremiah 17:4, we lost our heritage as Israelites. We became bywords and proverbs. All right? That happened. We became the tail, while our enemies became the head. And then it said that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition, the son of destruction. That rule of sin, like Genesis tells us is out there, had to be revealed. You know? That seed of Cain had to be revealed. So like that seed of Esau. Hey, same thing. That's the same thing. You know? Because Esau Edom is of that wicked one. As the scriptures tell us in Malachi 1 and 4. Okay? And he must be exposed. So I'm going to skip down. In fact, I'm going to keep reading. Who opposeth, so who's completely contrary against, and exalted himself, you know, set himself up, raised himself, right, above all that is called God. Esau Edom paint himself as the images of, put his image as the image of the Lord, the angels, the holy people. Not only that, what they science falsely called, they teach atheism. All right, they get rid of the Creator with their bullshit, man. They're completely contrary to the Lord. They oppose his laws. All their laws are contrary. All right. That's why LGBTQ is huge in this society. It's promoted. It's actually an agenda. If you didn't know, that's part of the warfare. Because that's an actual agenda. Look how they pump it. Look how they push it. It ain't just if they're just letting people be whatever. They're pushing it like you're fucking wrong if you disagree with it. If you're not with it. Like, that's madness. According to them, isn't everyone supposed to be able to have an opinion? That's not the case. They have an agenda. They have trannies teaching preschoolers, knowing their minds are impressionable, man. Look, this is all systematically set up, and it must be taught. All right? So you can combat it. Or that is worship, so that he as God sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is a God. And people follow him as if he's God. Just it's that simple. All right? They follow this white man as if he's God, man. He can do no fucking wrong. He's in complete control. Everybody just following his ways. Everybody just conforming. All right? But he's not God. He's man. His wisdom is not at the peak of the Lord's, man. Okay? I'm going to skip down to verse 8. And then, because look, what's going to call him? And then shall that wicked be revealed. So he is the wicked. This people that's being revealed are the wicked. That's part of it, man. He has to be exposed. So our people can rise, our people can learn and rise up and fight against him spiritually. This is a spiritual warfare. We got it. It's truth against lies. It's light versus dark. Okay? The Israelites are the light. The wicked is the dark. Whom the Lord shall consume with the spirit of his mouth. So first it starts with us teaching. And shall destroy with the brightness of his coming. Even him whose coming is after the working of Satan, with all power and signs and lying wonders, and with all deceivableness of unrighteousness in them that perish. That's the war, man. He's his point. His mission is to deceive. His mission is to get people to follow after him in his unrighteous ways. The ruler of sin, because he is of that wicked one. He's counted as the seed of Cain, because they received not the love of the truth, that they might be saved. That's the war. All right. So we gotta know our enemy is Esau Edom, man. All right, we have to expose him. All right. That's why the Lord gave us this info on Edom. So so to you guys who say, why you talk about Edom so much, look, we gotta expose him. All right, this is Obadiah 1:6. How are the things of Esau searched out? How are his hidden things sought up? So he got to be exposed. And it said, how, man? By the Lord, man. The Lord wants to expose Esau. Isaiah 47, he should be made bare. Habakkuk 3, he should be made naked before the nations. Look, that's what the Lord wants to do. And as Israelites, as the people that has the truth, we have to expose him, especially to let our people know not to follow him. All right, to stop seeking help from Esau Edom. He's our enemy. All right, whatever help that he does is not true help. It's to fuck you up. Because there's going to come a time when it gets hectic out here. And those who goes to Esau for help, you're going to be plagued. Because you're going to take the mark of the beast, which is the RFID chip, the RFID technology being implanted in you physically. And you're going to think it's for your benefit. It's going to get crazy out here. It's going to be another situation where FEMA's called in, and you're going to run straight to it. And it's going to be to your fucking detriment, man. To your destruction. Let go of this place, man. Stop following after our enemy. This is Jeremiah 11:18. And Yahweh hath given me knowledge of it, and I know it, then thou showest me their doings. So the Lord is exposing Esau, man. That's how we know it, and it's our job to teach it. As Paul said, I have not shunned to give you the whole counsel of the Lord. Okay? This is the book of Lamentations. Salaki. God damn it. This is Lamentation 4:17. As for us, our eyes as yet failed for our vain help. In our watching, we have watched for a nation that could not save us. All right? So, our people have been looking to this so-called white man to help them out this situation for the longest. All right? Civil rights movement didn't change nothing. They still been effing us over, man. Okay? To this day, they do what? They hunt our steps that we cannot go in our streets. All right? Hey, they have a thing called, your child, especially your son, get a certain age. They have a thing in this site that say you have to have the talk. Now, what's funny is the talk with Edomites, they're talking about, like sex and shit. If you get enough age, you're gonna be having hormones raging. They call it the birds and the bees, right? And with Jake, we had a talk. It's something you learn very young, actually, man. All right, and it's about how we're not the same as so-called white men. We can't, they say you're born a black man. You already got 2 strikes against you. All right. They talk about even toy guns. You learn very early. You don't play with toy guns outside, because the police will shoot you, even though it's orange. It don't matter. That was a big thing. You know, that is a big thing. In fact, now I didn't watch the video, but I seen the title on, I think, YouTube. A black cop, Israelite cop. You know, he was of the tribes. Had to talk with 2 young black men about it. Like I could have shot you, man. You know, y'all can't do that. Y'all can't have those toy guns. He had to let them know. Basically, and if it was an Edomite cop, they would have used that as a reason. All right, our end is near. Our days are fulfilled, for our end is come. So they have been increasing in these afflictions on us, man, showing us their true nature. Now's the time to realize that this is our enemy. Okay? You have to, because it's finna get real fucking crazy out here. All right? The Bible prophesies of race wars. The Bible prophesies of the time of Jacob's trouble, which they're gonna try to fucking wipe us out. Revelation 12 says the devil who we read about is talking about Esau Edom is coming down in great wrath, knowing he hath but a little time. He knows his kingdom is up. He's about to throw his tantrum and try to wipe us out. And for those of you who don't know he's your enemy, you're going to go to help from him. It's going to be to your destruction, man. I'm going to get this one last precept and end it. You know? It's Isaiah 31. Now, it says Egypt here, but this place is called spiritual Egypt, according to the book of Revelation, 11th chapter, 8th verse. Okay? So this is Isaiah 31:3. Now the Egyptians are men and not God. Let you know, going back to that same wicked one who placed himself as God, right? And their horses flesh and not spirit. Their chariots that these people think, you know, like their war chariots, they think this place, these Egyptians, so-called white man, is so mighty, and he can help you. Hey, look, fuck that. You gotta get that out your head. His army's weak. He's going down. His vain help is weak. His FEMA, all this shit is weak, man. All this stuff he's built is bullshit, man. It's not spirit. Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahushua is a spirit, man. And they spirit is in everything. They control everything. Esau Edom is a weakling. Okay? The shit he's built is weak. A gun is weak. Spiritual power is strength. Okay? When Yahweh shall stretch out his hand, so when that judgment come, right? Both he that helpeth shall fall, and he that is hoping shall fall down, and they all shall fail together. So when it gets more chaotic out here, hey, them that help is gonna get fucked up. All right, and them that is hoping, him that receiveth the help, gonna get fucked up with him. They device that they trust in is gonna be to their end. All right, just like Katrina, man. FEMA came, was supposed to be helping, but them motherfuckers getting fucked up down there, man. Bitch was getting raped right up there in the damn the stadium, man. They was down there killing people. All right, so never trust thine enemy, man. Get it right. All right, now's the time to wake up. All right, so with that, hopefully this is edifying. All praises and glory to Yahweh, Ba'Hasham, Yahushai, Ba'Hasham, Rakah Kodash. Double honor to the apostles and salutations to you brothers doing this thing in sincerity, in truth and with charity. Shalom, Abba.
Naciones Unidas con ustedes. Go ahead. Zacarías 14:2. Porque yo reuniré a todas las naciones para combatir contra Jerusalén. Yo reuniré, uniré Naciones Unidas, right? So las Naciones Unidas, go ahead. Dice, porque yo reuniré a todas las naciones para combatir contra Jerusalén. Para combatir contra esta gente, man. So las Naciones Unidas no van a ayudarte. No van a ayudarte, man. Van a combatir contra ti. Porque esa es la determinación del Señor, man. Go ahead. Dice, porque yo reuniré a todas las naciones para combatir contra Jerusalén y la ciudad será tomada y será saqueada. Ley marcial. La ciudad va a ser, la frontera va a ser sellada y América va a estar bajo ley marcial, man.
una zona de guerra, la van a declarar, man.
América va a ser una zona de guerra y los enemigos van a ser los hispanos, man, y los morenos. Y muerte les viene a ustedes, man, y sus enteras familias, man. Y ustedes no quieren tomar esto en serio, se van a morir estúpidos y ignorantes, igualmente que esos idiotas en las caravanas, man. Go ahead.
Dice, y la ciudad será tomada y serán saqueadas las casas y violadas las mujeres.
Oye, cuando cierran los Estados Unidos, estas mujeres bonitas, latinas, te van a violar, man. Las Naciones Unidas van a ir a un país de mujeres hermosas, man. Isaacar va a estar ahí, Leví va a estar ahí, Zebulón va a estar ahí, ¿ok? Múltiples de sabores, man. ¿Y qué van a venir? No van a venir a ayudarte. Van a venir a hacer esto contigo. Saquearte, violar tus mujeres, sellar la ciudad. Go ahead.
Dice, y violadas las mujeres, y la mitad de la ciudad irá en cautiverio
en centros de detención. Go ahead.
Mas el resto del pueblo no será cortado de la ciudad. Después saldrá Yahweh y peleará con aquellas naciones como peleó en el día de la batalla, y se afirmarán sus pies en aquel día sobre el monte de los olivos, que está enfrente de Jerusalén al oriente, y el monte de los olivos se...
Eso, Yahweh se va a levantar para pelear por nosotros, man, en contra de las naciones que están planeando este gran masacre. So, la mejor cosa que ustedes, caravanas, pueden hacer es arrepiéntete, man. Arrepiéntete en ese pinche entera caravana de inmigrantes. Arrepiéntense. Right? Miren al este y oren en el nombre de Yahweh, Ba'ashem Yahweh Shai, que tenga misericordia en ti y tus hijos, man, y que te proteja del gringo. Porque el gringo es peligroso, man. Los edomitas son peligrosos. Son una raza de animales. Y estas son las Naciones Unidas aquí, man. La bestia, ¿ok? Con la gran ramera que es América sentada encima. Estas son las naciones que el Señor anda reuniendo contra Jerusalén, man. Bélgica, Dinamarca, Francia, Italia, Luxemburgo, Netherlandia, Grecia, España, Portugal, Inglaterra, Irlanda, el oeste de Alemania y el resto de todos los... Grecia, Italia, el Reino Unido, Portugal, Netherlandia, Canadá, Norway, Turquía, los Estados Unidos, Polandia, Hungary y el Czech Republic. Son todas las naciones agregadas a OTAN. Ok, son consistiendo de 19 naciones, man. El Señor dijo que Él va a reunir las naciones contra Jerusalén, man. So, esto es serio, man. Tú debes de temer al Señor por esto. Porque tú quieres recibir, o todos nosotros queremos recibir misericordia y un escape de estos eventos, man. Estos eventos que va a pasar con estos hispanos va a cambiar las vidas de todos ustedes. Okay.
Dice,
oh, that was,
that's it on that. You got some more?
Yeah, I got this article that's short. Okay, go ahead. Y este es un artículo titulado La caravana de inmigrantes explicada. Dice, si la caravana no existía, el presidente Donald Trump tendría que crearla. ¿Ok? Dice aquí que este grupo de centroamericanos se convirtió en el tema grande de Trump en relación a la elección que viene. Entonces a Trump le es un beneficio, le beneficia esta caravana, porque así él puede quedarse en oficina para prometer un tipo de control sobre la situación.
O él puede declarar ley marcial y ser un tirano, un dictador. automáticamente él puede cerrar toda elección con poder de un orden ejecutivo, man.
Y se puede quedar el presidente
para
también.
Siempre. Él puede quedarse presidente para siempre, man. Nomás declare una ley marcial. O sea, esto puede ser un plan para que él se mantenga en oficina permanentemente, man. You know? Go ahead.
Dice, la caravana es una obsesión perfecta para Trump. Dice porque Fox, la estación de noticias, da imágenes que enseñan a la caravana como una invasión de criminales.
Oh, man. Y en un sentido espiritual son criminales. Porque son criminales contra Yahweh Bashem Yahusai, man. Si no se arrepienten.
Porque, no solo están quebrando las leyes de que puso este hombre blanco que él se inventó, pero la ley que está en contra es la ley de Yahweh Hashem Yahushai, man. Todo lo que hemos leído son instrucciones, son leyes, son comandamientos en cómo tú te debes de conducir, man. Pero no, ustedes se inventan lo que sea, no piensan en las consecuencias, en la seriedad y en la situación que se está armando, man. ¿Ok? Ustedes piensan que van a venir acá, van a unirse, llegar a la frontera y que solo se van a estar mirando ustedes con los soldados, man. No, man. Eso no va a salir nada bueno de eso, man. Nada bueno viene, ¿ok? Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, y Trump en Twitter, por lo que es famoso, man, diciendo Guatemala, Honduras y El Salvador no hicieron su trabajo en detener a su gente de abandonar su país y viniendo ilegalmente a los Estados Unidos. Nosotros ahora ya no les daremos la gran ayuda que les hemos dado diariamente.
Get the fuck out of here, bro. Por eso el presidente de Guatemala y Honduras, cuando él escuchó eso, lo miró como,
¿qué gran ayuda?
¿Qué gran ayuda, pinche puto? Porque, pero así es el gringo, el gringo se cree que si él nomás está vivo, tú no puedes vivir sin él. Es una favor.
Como estos jefes gringos, puedes trabajar por 10 años por ellos, pero te están pagando el mínimo y te miran como, hey, tú debes de estar agradecido que tienes este trabajo.
Exactly,
y te estoy pagando, pero te están dando el mínimo,
Dice, Trump hizo claro que los gobiernos de México y el Triángulo del Norte no son sus amigos. Dice, y que los Estados Unidos ya no van a hacerse estúpidos en darles ayuda.
Esto es Jeremías 17:5. Esto es lo que el Señor dice: malditos son los que ponen su confianza en simples seres humanos, o malditos sean los que ponen su confianza en humanos, que confían en la fuerza humana y aparten sus corazones del Señor. Son como arbustos atrofiados en el desierto. Entonces el Señor está diciendo que ellos que confían en un humano, son como un árbol en el desierto, diciendo que ya pronto a morir, un árbol seco. Dice, sin esperanza para el futuro, vivirán en el desierto árido, en una tierra salada, deshabitada. Entonces el Señor los está comparando como una planta o un árbol en el desierto sin agua, diciendo que no tienen esperanza. Por eso dijo, sin esperanza para el futuro, y así ustedes se miran, ustedes ni están, como el hermano dijo, planeando, vamos a llegar a Tijuana, vamos a entrar aquí, tenemos gente que va a venir a San Diego, nos van a recoger y nos van a dispersar a Texas, aquí, allá, ni tienen nada, solo tienen, tengo 4 camisas, todas las camisas que tengo, 2 pantalones, mi bebé y mi mujer, y voy a caminar, me voy a cruzar ríos sin dinero, sin comida, pero yo lo voy a hacer. Están locos de la cabeza.
Están locos, no tienen amor por su familia. Yo no voy a llevar a mi mujer y a mis hijos a morirse de hambre a un desierto, sin plan. Y luego, ¿qué? Entras a América y luego, para que duermas en la calle. ¿A dónde está la estabilidad y seguridad en eso?
Idiotas,
Esos son los
están confiando que el diablo los va a dejar entrar. Están confiando que el diablo les va a dar trabajo, les va a dar dinero,
comida,
les va a dar comida, les va a dar techo, soporte por sus hijos para que cuando estén en el trabajo tengan quien cuidarlos, documentos. Están esperando una vida entera esperándolos aquí por el diablo, man. Están fuera de sus pinches mentes, man.
Y como dijo la mujer que el hermano le preguntó, ellos van a venir aquí ¿para qué? Para vivir en las calles. Porque hay que decir que si abren la frontera y 4,000 personas vienen a Los Ángeles, no todos ellos tienen familiares, y si sí tienen, no todos los familiares están en Los Ángeles. Entonces van a andar aquí en la calle pidiendo a gente por dinero, por comida, ni saben a dónde caminar. Lo tiras a uno de otro país aquí, él no sabe dónde está, downtown, qué calle es esto, no sabe nada, man. Entonces si ustedes sí logran a venir, man, van a estar como una gallina sin su cabeza, man, completamente destruidos. Esto es Oseas 4:6, dice: mi pueblo fue destruido porque le faltó conocimiento. Por cuanto desechaste el conocimiento, yo te echaré de sacerdocio, y porque olvidaste la ley de tu Dios, también yo me olvidaré de tus hijos, man. Entonces, como ustedes quisieron olvidar al Señor, hey, man, ustedes andan ahí hambriendo, pero el Señor se olvidó de ustedes. Por eso andan todos esos mareros matándolos y ahí jodiéndolos, porque el Señor no los está protegiendo. ¿Por qué? Porque hace 100 de años, cuando eran los mayas, cuando eran los aztecas, ya pararon de seguir los mandamientos. A un tiempo Israel vino a las Américas para poder guardar los mandamientos, pero quisieron adorar al sol, quisieron adorar a la luna, man. Entonces el Señor dijo: ok, ustedes quieren desechar el conocimiento de mí, yo los voy a desecharme, y ahora 100 días en adelante, man, ustedes están destruidos, man. ¿Por qué? Por la falta de conocimiento.
Ese es Proverbios 13:7. Hay quienes pretenden ser ricos, pero no tienen nada. Y eso es lo que ustedes piensan, man. Vamos allá, y ya que llegamos allá, mira, va a haber jale, hay jale. Hay un chingo de jale. Quizás le hablaron a un primo pendejo que tienen acá. Hay un chingo de jale acá, man. Pero no para ti, man. ¿Ok? Hay aquí indocumentados que ya están acá, que arriesgan sus vidas cada día para ir al jale, man. No saben si ICE va a llegar a la bodega, man. No saben si ICE va a caer en Home Depot, man. ¿Ok?
O no saben si va a haber un retén en el camino.
Exacto, man. Tú no tienes ID, tú no tienes, man. Hay muchos cuentos, ¿ok? O situaciones así, man. De un vato que fue a agarrar una chela a la licora a una cuadra, man, y no regresó porque ahí hubo un retén, man. Algo tan fácil de un policía que te diga: hey, ven acá, enséñame tu ID, porque es ley tener un ID. Ok, y tú que, leí una revista que le pidieron a uno: dame tu ID, y el pendejo: yo solo tengo un pasaporte mexicano. Man, tú te sapiaste tú mismo, man. Ven aquí, man. Y se lo llevaron, man.
Puedo decir, donde yo vivo es como un barrio hispano, y como una vez al mes hay un retén. Quisieran la calle más grande que tienes que pasar, porque ahí está el freeway, y te piden tu ID. Si no la tienes, te quitan el carro y te arrestan, man. Cada mes, cada mes veo a gente siendo arrestada, man. Y si crees que vas a dar la vuelta o darte la vuelta e ir para atrás, te siguen, man. Ahí están en la moto.
Exacto, Pero dice: hay quienes pretenden ser ricos, pero no tienen nada. Y hay quienes pretenden ser pobres, pero tienen muchas riquezas. Ay, que eso somos nosotros, man. ¿Ok? ¿Por qué? Porque nosotros estamos buscando el reino de Yahweh Hashem Yahushai. Queremos ser salvos, queremos mirar la destrucción de nuestros amigos, man. Hey, tú pregúntale a todos esos que vienen en la caravana: hey, ¿tú quieres ver a los güeros ser destruidos enfrente de ti? ¿Tú quieres ver a América en llamas, man? En un lago de fuego, man. Y te apuesto que mayoría de ellos te van a decir: no, man, pues ahí está mi esperanza. ¿Para dónde voy? ¿Cómo comemos? Entonces, ¿qué va a ser mi futuro? Porque allá no hay futuro. ¿Por qué? Porque ustedes no toman la situación como es, man. Yahweh Hashem Yahushai te puso en esa situación, man. Y tú debes de ser lo mejor de una situación jodida. Leímos que tú debes de regresar al Padre, man. ¿Ok? Dice, y hay quienes pretenden ser pobres, pero tienen muchas riquezas, man. Aunque ustedes estén pobres literalmente con dinero físico, ustedes son ricos, man. Son la gente más rica del planeta, man. ¿Por qué? Porque a ti te pertenece la promesa, man, de Abraham, Isaac y Jacob, man. Estos güeros, por eso la tensión está tan pesada con ustedes, man. Porque ellos saben que ustedes son la gente escogida. Y ellos son los malditos que el Señor va a venir muy pronto a esclavizar y destruir. Ellos saben eso, es claro para ellos, man. Por eso los odian tanto, man. ¿Ok? Dice, las riquezas del hombre pueden ser el rescate de su vida, pero el pobre ni oye las amenazas. ¿Ok? Y ustedes no están oyendo la amenaza. La escritura dice que por la amenaza del Señor persuadimos a los hombres, man. Y por eso les estamos diciendo, man, para que si oigan eso y digan, hey, yo, que si llegamos allí, logramos. Y luego nos matan a todos, man. ¿Ok? Luego fucking caminamos 2,000 kilómetros, que es fucking más de 4,000 millas, a pie, en vano, man. ¿Ok? Eso es lo que nadie de ustedes está realizando. ¿Por qué? Porque tienen ese pensamiento de que, el sueño americano, llego allí, man, ahí me voy a hacer, ni se van a hacer ricos, man. Sí, yo nací aquí, man, y yo fucking he tenido un chingo de dinero y solo lo miro y a repartirlo a los biles, man. Como está escrito, man. Ok, sujeto a pagos, man, y ahorramos nuestros ahorros en sacos de fucking hoyos, man. Ok. Una más. La luz de los justos brilla con alegría, pero la lámpara de los impios será apagada. ¿Ok? Hey, man, so tienen que buscar la luz. Si tuvieras la luz, estuvieras contento, man. Nosotros no somos pobres ni somos ricos. Mira, estamos contentos en el nivel que nos tiene. Y algunas veces pegamos abajo, man. Lo mero bajo. Pero entendemos, hey, ¿sabes qué? Es el Señor. Me están tratando de enseñar algo. ¿Ok? No nos ponemos de repente, hey, ¿sabes qué? Perdí mi trabajo. Me están amenazando que me van a quitar el carro, que si no pago la renta, no la voy a hacer. Nosotros no nos ponemos ahí porque, ¿sabes qué, hermano? Fuck, que queremos trabajar. Queremos, hell no, man. Lo tomamos con, ¿sabes qué? Tenemos que aprender cómo estar abundosos, cómo prosperar, y tenemos que aprender también cómo estar bajos, man. ¿Ok? Y vamos a estar más en situaciones bajas que prosperidad, man. Algunas veces el Señor te va a tirar cosas, man, you know, y es para balancear tu situación, no para que te pongas cómodo en esta situación. ¿Ok? Go ahead, bro.
Esto es la luz que debes estar buscando. Esto es Yahushua hablando. Mateos 11:28. Entonces Yahushua dijo, vengan a mí todos ustedes que están cansados y tienen cargas pesadas. Y esa es la razón que ellos quieren venir a América, porque están cansados, man. Están cansados de estar ahí sufriendo, man, de no tener trabajo o de ser rodeados de los cholos del vecindario, man. Dice, vengan a mí todos ustedes que están cansados y tienen cargas pesadas.
Hay cosas que vienen aquí a dormir en las calles, bro. América no te va a dar como que tienen una casa preparados para ellos, bro, un carro, un apartamento, 10,000 bolas.
Yeah, man, un apartamento singular, ok, ni de una recámara, man. I'm talking about lo que llaman acá un estudio, un single, ok, que es una pinche caja, ok, como del size del campo, man. Esta cajita de esta línea acá, ok, donde está este puesto, aquí literalmente donde está aquí el hermano Naquam. Ese es un singular y están pidiendo como 1,500 y eso es barato, man.
10 por 12.
Yeah, un 10 por 12.
10 por 12.
Ay, que es igual como el size de una pinche cárcel aquí en el downtown, ok, como el tanque de pescado, ok. Y eso es lo que ustedes van a venir aquí a partirse la madre y arriesgar sus vidas para eso, para una caja. Hay una cárcel modificada.
Y para agarrar un apartamento necesitas crédito. Entonces, ¿qué crédito tienes tú?
Identidad.
¿Tu pasaporte mexicano?
Ni yo puedo agarrar apartamentos, bro.
Exacto, man.
Yo soy americano.
Ni hay trabajos para los ciudadanos.
No puedo agarrar trabajo, carro. Necesitas crédito, necesitas un seguro social. Esos indios en la caravana no saben esto. Vienen sin plan. Man, qué idiotas, bro. Es increíble, bro.
Debes de ser el man con el master plan, pero ustedes son el man sin plan, man. Solo ahí vamos, man. Damn, te digo, man.
No, vas a ser transformado a pinche flan también, man. Te van a hacer gelatina, man.
Polvo como ese mazapán. Usted tenga
mazapán and shit. Nasty ass shit.
Dice Mateo 11:28. Entonces Yahushua dijo: vengan a mí todos ustedes que están cansados y tienen cargas pesadas, y les daré descanso. Toma mi yugo sobre ti, déjame enseñarte, porque soy humilde y amable de corazón, y encontrarás descanso para tus almas, porque mi yugo es fácil de soportar y la carga que te doy es liviana. Eso es lo que debes estar tratando de trabajar en, man. Trabajando aquí, si logras y te metas en una warehouse,
una bodega.
En una bodega, man, guaranteed vas a trabajar como 12 horas, 14 horas.
No vienen a trabajar.
No van a venir a descansar. Pero el Señor dijo que su yugo es fácil, man. Si tú te pones el yugo de trabajar al Señor, hey, man, es algo que va a alivianar a tu alma, man. Es algo que te va a enforzar, no algo que te va a hacer cansado. Trabajo físico.
Hey, ¿cuántos de ustedes pastores? Porque tú sabes que muchos de estos mendigos indios fueron a la iglesia, ¿sabes qué? Dame la bendición, voy, ahí estuvieron estos pendejos, en el nombre de esto, y tirándoles agua, sal, mijo, sal. Y estos con el ánimo falso de, yeah, man, el Señor está con nosotros, man. But sí se puede, pendejos, man, le hubieran leído esto, man. Ok, le hubieras dicho, ¿sabes qué, man? Es que somos los israelitas, man, somos maldecidos porque nos desviamos del Señor. Y el Señor dijo esto, lee esa parte otra vez y luego agárrame lo que deben de hacer, lo que representa ese yugo fácil que dijo el Señor. Go ahead.
Dice, vengan a mí todos ustedes que están cansados y tienen cargas pesadas, y les daré descanso. Toma mi yugo sobre ti, déjame enseñarte, porque soy humilde y amable de corazón, y encontrarás descanso para tus almas, porque mi yugo es fácil de soportar y la carga que te doy es liviana.
God, man. Hey, dice Juan 8:32, y sepas la verdad y la verdad te hará libre. Ustedes quieren ser libres, right? Pero se hacen más esclavos porque el Señor te está tratando de enseñar. ¿Enseñar qué? ¿Quién eres? ¿De dónde vienes? ¿Quién es tu enemigo? ¿Cómo ser salvo de este lugar, man? Ay, te está dando la advertencia por los profetas de la Guerra Mundial 3 que viene acá, man. Del microchip, del guerra de las razas, de la hambruna, de la pestilencia. Ok, todo eso el Señor te está advirtiendo para que tú aprendas, te pongas las pilas y hagas esto, man. Esto es parte del yugo. Go ahead.
Isaías 49:6. Y él dijo, es una cosa ligera que tú seas mi siervo para levantar las tribus de Jacob.
Eso es lo que deben de estar haciendo, man. No levantarse en un gran ejército para venir acá a rogarle a tu enemigo para fucking ser un buen lambeculo, man. Alright? Eso nunca ha prosperado, man. Ok, como dije, mira el ejemplo de los pepineros que escaparon el primer éxodo, man. Estaban en la misma mentalidad. Ninguno de ellos entraron en la tierra prometida, man. So, si ustedes siguen así, ninguno de ustedes van a entrar en la tierra prometida tampoco, man.
Estaban diciendo que las iglesias católicas y cristianas que les dan comida y ayuda y refugio a los inmigrantes, ellos van a ser declarados también enemigos, man.
Damn,
van a ser arrestados porque they're aiding and abetting criminales. You know? So, para que se les quita a estos pastores, bro. Todos los años de andar hueveando dinero de la gente y creyéndote que estás haciendo algo con darle a una persona un pinche sándwich de bologna y de puerco. Ahora te va a llevar la bestia, man. La bestia viene por ti, man.
Yup.
You know?
Así es, man. Go ahead, Doc.
Yup. Y él dijo, es una cosa ligera que tú seas mi siervo para levantar las tribus de Jacob y restaurar los preservados de Israel.
Ahí está, man. So tú te hubieras quedado en tu país, aprender del Señor, quién tú eres, regresar a tu poder y enseñarle a los tribus de Jacob, a los 12 tribus, los latinos, nativos americanos y morenos, que se despierten, man, y regresen porque guerra viene, man. ¿Ok? Y con guerra viene salvación. Pero los que no están militando y peleando correctamente por esta fe, ustedes van a ser la primera ola de pendejos para morir en esta guerra que viene, man. ¿Ok? ¿Qué tú estás haciendo para preparar? ¿Se están preparando para guerra? ¿Ok? O están preparándose para ser tomados, man, por el ejército americano y OTAN, man. Campos de concentración. Dame esa, ¿qué es esa? Jeremías 15. Las 4 o 5 maneras de muerte. Eso es lo que les va a esperar. ¿Ok? Go ahead, bro. You got some? Oh, it's very dale.
Este es Jeremías 15:1 dice, y si te pregunten a dónde saldremos, les dirás.
So ¿qué haremos, man? Pues ya les estamos diciendo a ustedes qué hacer. Te digo el Señor que mira, estás harto, estás lleno de carga. Ya miraste y realizaste que esto no es vida, man. Y como va la situación, solo se va a empeorar. ¿Ok? Y eso es lo que dice la Biblia. Alright, entonces cáele aquí, man, como les decimos, man. Aquí está tu reposo, man. Hasta que el Señor establece nuestro verdadero reposo, que es en el reino. Aquí no vamos a reposar, aquí no hay descanso, man. Ok, leímos que vas a ser esclavo en el lugar donde el Señor te dejó dispersido. Ok, go ahead.
Y si te preguntaré a dónde saldremos, les dirás. Así ha dicho Yahweh, el que a muerte, a muerte.
Muchos van a agarrar la muerte, man. Solo el remanente, como leímos ahí, van a despertarse, van a hacer este trabajo, van a luchar y darle duro para despertar al resto del electo, man. Pero el resto de ustedes, necios que piensan que esto es un juego, man, esto les viene para ustedes, man. Go ahead.
Dice, el que a espada, espada.
Que es lo que traen esos ejércitos, man. Igual como vino el ejército español en 1492 y trajo esa espada. Ok, ese es el mismo ejército, como dije, la misma sangre de esos antiguos españoles que los odiaban. Es la misma sangre que está golpeando en estos güeros malditos soldados acá, man. En las armas fuerzas de OTAN. Ok. En los mercenarios que ellos les van a pagar debajo de la mesa para que los masacren a ustedes, man. ¿Ok? Y secuestren a los que se miran medios saludables para tomarle los órganos a ustedes, man. Alright? Go ahead, bro.
Dice, el que a hambre, y el que a cautiverio, a cautiverio.
Campos de concentración, man. Hambruna. Ahorita muchos de ellos están en hambre, man. En sed. ¿Ok? Porque ellos no prepararon o trajeron agua para más de 30 días. Eso es un fucking chingo de agua. Un galón se te va en uno. ¿Ok? Pero vienen en familias, man. ¿Qué un galón, man? Y tienen fucking 5 galones de sparklets. ¿Ok? Imagínate eso, cargándote un pinche 5 galón por 30 días, man. God damn, man. Solo con eso te vas a matar, man.
En como 5 días entre mi papá y yo nos acabamos los 5 galones de agua. Pero ellos son familias enteras y no están cargando 5 galones de agua cada uno.
Exacto, man. Ni miré que tenían un galón. ¿Ok? ¿Quién sabe cómo lo están haciendo, man? Y fuck, man. No tomes del río de México. God damn, man.
Y tenían unos suéteres, man. Solo con una camiseta, chores y a caminar. Playa del fútbol.
Ni pensaron en el clima. Centroamérica es más tropical, es más como selva. Es húmedo, es caliente. México no es así. Yo aprendí, man. Yo pensando que podía ir como una camiseta así a México, man. Mi esposa, hell nah, así no puedes ir. No me puedo llevar mis shorts y